Hi everyone, welcome to this talk about optimizing server-side template injection payloads for Jinja2. I'm Remy Gascou, also known as Podaleris, and I am at GreHack 2021.
It's going to be a very, very big hit. Comme diffuser, il a besoin d'une chose. It's magic. 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 Rise up.
Got caught today. It's all over the papers. Teenager arrested in computer crime scandal. Hacker arrested after bank tampering. Damn kids, they're all alike. But did you and your three-piece psychology and 50s techno brain ever take a look behind the eyes of the hacker? Did you ever wonder what made him tick? What forces shaped him? What may have molded him? I'm a hacker. Enter my world. Mine's a world that begins with school. I'm smarter than most of the other kids. This crap they teach us bores me. Damn underachievers, they're all alike. I'm in junior high or high school, and I've listened to the teachers explain for the 15th time how to reduce a fraction. I think I understand it. No, Miss Smith, I didn't show my work. I did it in my head. Damn kid probably copied it. They're all alike. I made a discovery today. I found a computer. Wait a second. This is pretty cool. It does what I want it to. If it makes a mistake, it's because I screwed it up. Not because it doesn't like me, or feels threatened by me, or thinks I'm a smartass, or doesn't like teaching and shouldn't be here. Damn kid, all he does is play games. They're all alike. And then it happened. The door opened to a world. Rushing through the phone line like heroin through an addict's veins, an electronic pulse is sent out. Refuge from the day-to-day incompetencies is sought. A board is found. This is it. This is where I belong. I know everyone here. Even if I've never met them, never talked to them, may never hear from them again. I know you all. Damn kid tying up the phone line again. They're all alike. You bet your ass we're all alike. We've been spoon-fed baby food at school and we hungered for steak. The bits of meat that you did let slip through were pre-chewed and tasteless. We've been dominated by sadists or ignored by the apathetic. The few that had something to teach found us willing pupils, but those few are like drops of water in the desert. But this is our world now, the world of the electron and the switch, the beauty of the bomb. We make use of a service already existing without paying for what could be dirt cheap if it wasn't run by profiteering gluttons, and you call us criminals. We explore, and you call us criminals. We seek after knowledge, and you call us criminals. We exist without skin color, without nationality, without religious bias, and you call us criminals. You build atomic bombs, you wage wars, you murder, cheat, and lie to us, and try to make us believe that it's for our own good. Yet we're the criminals. Yes, I'm a criminal. My crime is that of curiosity. My crime is that of judging people by what they say and they think, not what they look like. My crime is that of outsmarting you, something that you'll never forgive me for. I'm a hacker, and this is my manifesto. You may stop this individual, but you can't stop us all. After all, we're all alike.
The type de fiche to speak about organization.
Merci Jean-Louis. So thank you. Welcome to everyone. So welcome to GreHack 9 edition, the edition from outer space. So it's going to be an hybrid editions. Some of you will be watching the talks and attending the conference either remotely or maybe lately in live. And we've got a couple of people within the room. So I'm going to be providing a couple of instruction and a couple of information. So if you want to participate and ask question, you can directly drop your question on the IRC channel that is referenced on the GreHack.fr website. You've got all the links that are being published and available on the site. For those of you who are physically present, you will just raise your hand and ask questions as usual, and the session chair will be okay. If there's no sound problem. So let me know if there's a sound problem. For those of you who are physically, we've got a Wi-Fi access. You've got the information that is being written down on the whiteboard. As you can see, it's GreHack 2019. We haven't been changing the configurations of our equipment. Well, that's a security conference, as you can see. So we're going to be starting the day with a first session that is dedicated to embedded and hardware security, basically. And Pascal Lafourcade, who's been assisting us for a number of editions, a number of years, is going to be the session chair for that session. Pascal.
Hello everyone, thanks to be there.
Seems that we got a sound problem.
Okay, we'll try to do the best. the GreHack call with second mic. So who will start to speak? We'll start here. And you can start. Fair enough? Can you hear? Can you speak?
Hello.
Okay, so this is a practical security. Let's go.
Okay, so let's go for the talk. So we are Vincent and Jeremy from SysMactive. We are security researcher at SysMactive. SysMactive is an offensive security company based in France. We have Paris and Toulouse and Lyon. We are almost 90 people, and we are hiring, so you can contact us if you want. Okay.
Is it working? Yeah? Okay.
Okay, so today we are going to talk about the Samsung electricity smart TV. So it's a device connected to the internet.
It has network services.
And it was on Tizen OS. So why did we look at this target?
Because last year it was a .1 target with $20,000 reward.
It has been targeting the different types of workflow. And
when you want to search for vulnerabilities in this smart TV, you have a problem, which is that the firmware is encrypted, and you cannot find any decrypted version on the internet. So you have to find an entry point to start doing reverse engineering or vulnerability research. So the OS is Tizen. It's an open source multi-platform operating system based on Linux. It's maintained by Samsung. It's used on smartphones, smart TV, watches, and you can find three types of application. you have web application, .NET application, or native application. And of course, it uses a web browser, which will be our entry point. So the attack plan and the summary of our talk, we will start with the web browser, which is the entry point to get a shell on the device. Then we will have privilege escalation by auditing some source open source code and exploiting the kernel. And last, we will find the firmware encryption key in order to be able to decrypt the firmware offline. So Jeremy will start by explaining how we exploit the web browser.
Thank you, Vincent. So, as said, our entry point is a web browser. So, depending on the TV model, the web browser could be based on Chromium or Webkit. So, in our case, this is a Chromium-based browser. The source code is available online on this Git repository. So, you have all the patches which Samsung has added to the browser, and this is based on an old version. So it means that security patches must be backport by Samsung manually. So this is not an easy process. Maintainers must be very attentive and quick, and some commits are not marked as security fixes. So you must be there is a lot of vulnerabilities that is not patched by Samsung. So we found one vulnerability which is not backport by Samsung, and unfortunately this is not a valid entry for 4.1 because this is an already known vulnerability. But this is still interesting for debugging purpose because we can have a shell on the TV and do what we want. So the vulnerabilities that we found is on the JavaScript engine and on the JIT compiler. So the V8 is the JavaScript engine of Chromium. And a JavaScript engine is made of multiple components, such as the parser, which takes JavaScript and parse it. You have the interpreter, which compile and execute the parsed JavaScript into virtual machine code. So every JavaScript engine has its own virtual machine. And you have the JIT compiler, which takes the virtual machine code and compiles it in native instructions. So in x86 or ARM, depending on the platform in which the browser is executed. So while the JIT compiler is compiling, it tries to do optimization based on assumption, such as the range of variable, the types, and so on. So here you have the interpreter, which takes the JavaScript and execute it. So the compilation is very fast, but the code execution is pretty slow. But and when the code is a function is executed a lot of time, the JIT compiler takes it and compile it in native instruction. So here the compilation is pretty slow, but the code execution is more fast. And when there is a problem in the JIT code on assumption, for example, the JIT bail out on the interpreter. So the vulnerability we exploited is a CVE from 2020, which has not been backported by Samsung, and it's a bypass of an older CVE from 2019. This is a type inference problem in the manner of V8 handle JavaScript loops, and in the Chromium issue you have a proof of concept, so we just have to understand what's going on. So this is a small snippet of code, JavaScript code. So here, in this kind of loop, V8 tries to determine the range of the key variable. So here, start range is from 0 to 0, because it's only 0, and the increment range is only 1. So the key range is pretty simple, it's from 0 to 99. But there is more complicated cases, like this one. where the start is plus infinity and increment is minus infinity. So here, in this case, the k range could be plus infinity or not a number. Because at the first iteration, key becomes plus infinity, but at the second iteration, we had minus infinity to plus infinity, and in JavaScript, it gives not a number. So V8 tries to determine those cases where adding or subtracting start and increment gives not a number. So the condition to determine this range is to determine if it could give not a number. It's that start and increment must be integer. So this is a check here. Both types are integer, and it includes plus infinity and minus infinity. And if both types are integer, based on the arithmetic operation which is done on the loop, it takes it's called number add or number subtract, and check if the resultant type could be not number. And if both types are not integer and or it could give not a number, the optimization is not done, and there is no optimization. But from this, we can find there is still a way to produce not a number, despite maybe none may being files. So here, an example, start range here is 0. The increment range is minus infinity to plus infinity, because at the middle of the loop, increment change. So both types integer is true, because the integer range contains the infinity negative or positive. And the number add function doesn't determine that the range could be not a number. So we have maybe none, which is which is state to false. So the optimization continues in this case. And when the optimization continues, V8 determines that key range could be any integer here, because the increment could be positive or negative, which is what is explained here. So, but it doesn't include not a number. So we have we are able to produce a key variable that V8 thinks range is an integer, so from minus infinity to plus infinity, but that could be also not a number. So from this, we take our magic variable and we are doing some arithmetic operation. And at the end, we have a value here that V8 thinks it could only be 10, but it could be also not number, an internal representation of not number, which is in fact a big value. So from this magic value, we are going to create an array with this code, and while V8 tries to optimize this call with the following code. So here we see that if length it's a small integer, it's a positive number and it's less than 16, and in fact minus the mean value and the max value are the same, so it's a constant. It calls this function, which creates an array. From here, it takes the capacity of the array, which is a fixed value based on the length, but the length still comes from the magic value, which is very big. So we can have a very big an array with a fixed capacity of 10, with a fixed capacity of 10, but the length it's not a number, so this is a big value. So here we have the code that triggers it. So we have the function here, which we call it a very high number of time. So it gets optimized by V8, and at the end we returns an array which is very big. So here we have our array with a fixed capacity of 10, but the length here is very, very big. So from this, we modify the trigger function that I presented just before, and we create two arrays. So we have the big one, the big array, and we have the victim array, which is placed right after in memory. And with the big array, we are going to modify the victim array to craft two primitives that are the basic primitive for any web browser exploitation in the JIT. And so the first primitive is addr_of, which given an object returns his address in memory. So here we have the victim array, in which we store the object, and from this, and with the heavy array, we are going to read the data of the victim one. And the fake obj, it's given an address, return an object, so it's the opposite of the first function. It's which use the evil array to modify the victim one, and then we use the victim one to create an object. So from this, we can craft any object that we want. So here, basically, we craft an array buffer object, and it's allowing us to read and write arbitrary addresses. So from this, we modify the JIT code of the WebAssembly function, because the JIT WebAssembly is stored within a read, write, and executable memory area. We just have to put our shellcode here, and then we get a shell on the TV. So here we can see that we are not root, we are owner. Here we have the groups, which are corresponding to the privilege of the web browser, and here we have the context that Vincent are going to talk about. So we got a shell within the browser context. And from this, we're going to escalate our privilege. And
thank you. So from now, why we want to escalate our privileges? Because we want to search vulnerabilities in other services than the browser. So to do that, it's pretty convenient to get a root shell on the device and to be able to launch a debugger like a GDB on any binary. So when we try to exploit a vulnerability, you get everything you need to understand what is going on. So first of all, to get a privilege escalation, we need to understand what are the mitigations on the device. There's something called UOP, which is unauthorized execution prevention. And it's a protection that verifies that all the binaries that are run on the device are signed by Samsung. It's an RSA signature verification, and it's enforced by the kernel. So it's performed anytime you try to execute some code. So when you perform execv system call, or when you try to load a library, or all this stuff is checked by the kernel. And then you have SMAC, which stands for Simplified Mandatory Access Control in the kernel. It's like as a Linux, you have a context, you have context transition, and every application on the device have a context. So in our case, you can see the context. It's the Tizen browser here. So next we will be looking for vulnerabilities in the kernel. So when you use open source code on your product, you have to make the source code available on your website. So you can download the Samsung kernel on the website. You can find the address in the references. So what we get is the kernel source code, many drivers as well, and some services that run on the TV that use open source software. So we will be able to read the driver source code and to understand better the Samsung custom protection added to the kernel. So after digging in the kernel source code, we quickly found this driver, which is called SDP-mem. So this driver is accessible from the browser context, and it defines 3 file operations. As you can see, you can perform open, release, and mmap. So when we saw this mmap function, we saw it's pretty interesting. So then we go straight to the vulnerability description, which is in this function. And in fact, it simply allows to map any physical address on the device and to get a full read-write on all the kernel code and data section. So there isn't any check, and everything is mapped as readable and writable. And we talked before about access control, but as you can see here, the SMAC context of this driver is star. And when you look at the documentation of SMAC in the kernel documentation, you can see that any access requested of an object labeled as star is permitted. So every context on the device can access the driver. So it offers a full read-write on the kernel for any code running on the TV. So here is an arbitrary write example from our browser context. We start by opening the file descriptor on this driver, and then we use mmap2 because it's the way this driver works. And we just use the PG offset to get an offset on the address 0, and so PG offset is the number of page multiplied by 0x1000, and then we have this 0x1000 pages that is accessible, and we just write at the desired offset a value, and we write on the kernel, and then we can close the file descriptor. So now we are able to read and write everything, but we want to think about what to rewrite, because writing to code section is always tricky. You can have some cache problems. You can rewrite code that is executed at the same time, so it can pretty easily end up with kernel panic. So we will much better prefer to rewrite some data, some code in the data section. So a good way to do this is to find a pointer that is stored in the data section and to rewrite it to first get an arbitrary call in the kernel. And then from this arbitrary call, we will use a known technique to get to exec a userland binary. So first of all, how to get an arbitrary call? So in your /proc on the device, you have many files, and for each file in this /proc, you have a descriptor in the kernel that allows to read or write this file depending on the file. Here we find the proc SDP version file, which can be accessed by the browser context. And when we read the source code, you can see that there is a pointer to SDP proc show SDP version, which is executed when you read this file. So this pointer is in the data section, and you can just we can just rewrite it with our vulnerability, and we get an arbitrary call because. Okay, so now we have this arbitrary call. How to be able to execute a userland binary? We use the function orderly power off, which is in the kernel, and this function just calls the function run cmd, which is a wrapper for call user mode helper, which is a function that launch binary in userland. This function launches the command that is stored at power of cmd, which is stored in the data section. So our plan here is just to patch the power of cmd in the data section with, in our example, BusyBox launching a netcat with a remote shell. And then use our arbitrary call to run the orderly power off. Last thing we need to do is to bypass the UOP that we talked about previously, because we need to upload our custom BusyBox to get a shell, and our BusyBox is not signed, so we need to bypass the signature check. But it was pretty easy because you have this convenient check in the kernel, which read the SUOP status variable, which is a global variable, and if you set it to 0, all signature check will return correct. So we write it. We write a 0, and the check is bypassed. And yes, before we had this pop-up on the TV telling us that our BusyBox process was blocked, but now it's bypassed. So if we have a quick recap of what we've done, the exploit starts by patching the UOP, then we rewrite the power of CMD string, and then we rewrite the pointer to orderly power off in the SDP proc entries. And after reading the proc SDP version file from the browser context, we can enjoy our root shell. So yeah, we have what we wanted, and we are root. Now that we have our root shell, we were thinking about what after this vulnerabilities patch we will lose our debug environment. So maybe it could be great to be able to decrypt the firmware, to still be able to get all the binaries on the TV, and to perform some reverse engineering. So now we are going to try to decrypt the firmware. So the firmwares can be downloaded from the Samsung site. They are encrypted, as you can see on the entropy graph. And F-Secure, who has written a blog post, I think 2 years ago, has stated that the encryption algorithm is AES, and that the key is decrypted in the trust zone. So you can't get the key by a static reverse engineering. You need some access on the TV to try to extract this key. So this is a quick summary of how the decryption of the firmware works. The encrypted firmware decryption key is stored on the file system of the TV in the items AES passphrase encrypted.txt. And when you want to decrypt a firmware, the key is loaded in the trust zone, or more precisely in a trusted applications in the trust zone. So you load the encrypted key. You take the encrypted key from the file system. The SW standalone, which is the binary performing the update, loads it in the trusted application. Here, the key is decrypted and stored inside the secure memory of the trust zone. And then you can send your encrypted firmware, and the AES decryption is performed inside the trusted application, and the decrypted firmware is sent back to the user. So it allows to decrypt the firmware without giving any access to an attacker to the decrypted key. So, but we are going to try to bypass the way it works, and so for that, our work environment will be performing a manual update using the SW standalone binary. We plug a USB key with a valid firmware on the TV. We launch the SW standalone with GDB server attached to the binary, and we will add many breakpoints with commands to bypass some verification and try to get the key. So yeah, here we talk about patches, but it's just breakpoint in GDB server. So first of all, we will patch this function, which is the init dub option of the Trustzone iOS engine. There is some variables that allows to debug what is going on and to write to the file system all input output of IES. So when trying to decrypt the firmware, it will help us a lot to understand what is going on. Then we have to patch the run checkers function, which because when we want to update the TV, there is a check to see if the version of the firmware we are trying to launch is already the same on the TV, and if it's the same, the update stops because you don't have to update your TV. So here we just bypass this version check, and the update goes further. And last, the third patch, in fact, so you have this create crypt engine function, and here we have two interesting parameters. We have use software crypt engine and is trust zone supported. So in fact, you can see that if there is the is trust zone supported, it states passphrase will be decrypted inside crypt engine, and in the other case, decrypting passphrase outside crypt engine. So in fact, this patch, what it does, we take the same schematic as previously, but now when we send the encrypted key to the trusted application will conveniently decrypt the key and send it back to the normal world. So we can just add a last breakpoint in our GDB server to be able to print the decrypted key. So now we get to our breakpoint in GDB where we print the key, and we get this weird ASCII string, and we are like, what the fuck is this format? Because it's ASCII with \n, and we weren't expecting this kind of format because it seems pretty weird that the trusted application uses an ASCII and formatted like that. So we think that someone at Samsung just had some problem and put the ASCII version of the string in the file that is needed to decrypt the firmware instead of just putting some hexa values. So now we get this, but it's not the final AES key because it's much longer than the 16 or 50, 32 bytes we need, no, 15, 16, sorry. If we try to use this key with the software decryption argument set to 1 as seen previously, it doesn't work. So in fact, the binary doesn't work if there is no trust zone. And so we tried to decrypt the key, get the X byte. We tried many tries, but we end up with writing a script in Python that tries many formats of the key and that checks the AES padding to see if our decryption is correct or not. And so we end up with this solution, which is the passphrase is the ASCII representation, and we perform an MD5 of this representation, and we use that as an AES key for AES 128 decryption. And then, so we haven't described the full file format of the update because we didn't get the time, but in fact, your upgrade.msd file is contains a list of entries. You have a different IV for each file. You have some salt, and so we reverse engineered the file format, and we write this script that use the MD5 of the key and tries to decrypt. So when we extract the upgrade.msd encrypted file, you got all those files. So some of them are encrypted again, like this one, sequest.bin and sequestdrv.bin is the code that is loaded in the trust zone, but it's over encrypted, so we weren't able to read the trust zone code, but you get your root FS, you get a lot of stuff to perform reverse engineering later.
Thank you, Vincent. To conclude, we get a road shell on the TV, so there is no more binary signature, so we can execute what we want, a GDB server or whatever we want. We have access to the whole system, and we are in a very comfortable position to for vulnerability research and debugging what's happened on the TV. We also have decrypted firmware, so we can perform static analysis on further upgrades if we lost our shell. We plan to publish the exploit and the decryption script soon, so we don't know yet when or now. And we would like to thank our colleagues for proofreading everything, and a special thanks to David for helping us a lot. So thanks for your attention, and if you have any question, please ask.
Thank you so much for the very interesting presentation. Do we have a question in the amphitheater room? Somebody want to ask question? Yeah, can you come and you will ask question live to prove that we have physical person in the room?
Yes, there are actually a physical person in the room. Thank you very much for the presentation. I would like you to explain us how the disclosure was how was the interaction and so on.
So the disclosure started in April, I guess, or maybe before.
No, March.
So the V8 one day was pretty quickly fixed. In the you can see it in the because you have a Git repo with the Tizen source code, and the kernel one we don't really know if it's fixed. We told Samsung that we will be doing this presentation today. They didn't say to us not to present, so we're not sure if it's patched or not. But they were it ran good with Samsung. They didn't try to stop us from doing this presentation, so it was okay.
Okay, so other question? Okay, maybe online question? So. Okay, how many time do you take to manage these attacks? It's 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 3 months?
I don't know, maybe for the browser exploitation, maybe 5 days, because in fact there is other vulnerabilities which are not exploitable because of compilation option, but this one was. So I don't know, maybe yes, 5 days, and for the
1 person, maybe?
yes, yeah. 1 person, and for the
for the privilege escalation part and firmware decryption, I think
maybe 5 days more.
Yeah, 5 or maybe a little more. Like let's say 15 days for the wall stuff.
Yes.
The second question online. So, does the firmware contain the security world code? Secure world code.
Yeah. So,
it's right.
So this is what we say before. The secure world code is here in those 2 files, but it is over encrypted, so we cannot. We weren't able to access it, to read it.
Okay, so maybe I will ask a last question. Everything you presented, is it related to the TV, or does this attack apply to another Samsung framework which use the same material or something like that? Because I never see any TV specification in your presentation, because you just plug a USB key. So can maybe work for different devices?
Yes, maybe.
Other devices that use Tizen are watches, so I don't know if there is a browser on the watch.
I don't know.
Maybe.
Right.
Okay, so thanks again for the speakers. So now we'll have a stream video about the next talk, which is episode 7 about Wookey. and choose the same title as episode 7 of Star Wars. And I think Florian and the technical staff will launch the video soon, and you can maybe interact and ask questions on the chat. Yeah. So.
Hello, I've speeded up a bit the intro because we don't have 2 hours in front of us, and maybe this little sound distortion will prevent a ban from YouTube copyright bots. Who knows? I'm Philippe Toen, Dugox on the internet. I'm a team leader of the cryptography and embedded security team at Quarks Lab, and you may have heard about me from various topics mixing hardware and software, like greybox attacks against white box crypto, tier-off attacks against EEPROM, such as in RFID and NFC tags, attacks on the Titan M with some chip-off and micro-soldering. I'm also in the NFC and the Proxmark project. I organize hardware-oriented CTFs, and I'm in the editorial team of the Poco GTFO. If you don't know it yet, I encourage you strongly to have a look at it later. So what's a Wookey? It's a secure USB mass storage developed by DNC. On the left, you see a prototype of the concept. On the right, a development board with its components. So it's used an encrypted SD card for the storage, and there is a touchscreen with, as you can see, a randomized keyboard layout at each booted change. And there is also a slot for a smart card, a Java card, where the keys needed to decrypt the storage are held. So how to use it? You plug it to your PC in USB, you insert the authentication token, you type in a first pin, which is called the pet pin. If it's correct, the Wookey will display its little pet name. And then you can type the real pin to decrypt the SD card, and a mass storage will appear on your machine. The first phase with the pet pin and the pet name, it allows you to detect an attempt of phishing with a fake Wookey. For example, if the Wookey you have in hand cannot show you the expected pet name, beware, maybe someone is trying to steal your user pin and decrypt your stolen Wookey. A bit of context on why I'm talking about few hardware hacks on the Wookey. With the ANSSI in France, which is the National Cybersecurity Agency, it delivers certifications to products, which are called CSPN. That's French for First Level Security Certification. And these certifications rely on security evaluations performed by private labs. They are called CESTI in French, Information Technology Security Evaluation Facility. Quarks Lab is one of these CESTI. It's a software CESTI by opposition with the hardware CESTI. And the ANSSI organizes regularly so-called inter-CESTI challenges, typically on open source products, to check how these labs perform. And the last product to be audited was the Wookey. So it's an open source project developed by the ANSSI itself. They designed both the hardware and the software, and they try to implement best security practice in all the layers of the product. So really a good defense in-depth approach. We set a quite large evaluation plan, and each CESTI received a part of it. So each CESTI looked at different portion of the product. And novelty for this inter-CESTI, the evaluation items and the skills were mixed. So the software CESTI had also to evaluate some hardware aspects and vice versa. Clearly, this talk is not much about the Wookey itself. This is labeled episode 7 for some reason. I'm aware of at least 4 previous talks on the Wookey, so you can easily find online more details on the internals and the layers of defense. And with episode 7, I have some margin. Now, what I want to show you is how you can mount hardware attacks yourself quite easily without expensive equipments. I've picked 3 topics to give you an overview. How to mount timing attack on a Java card or smart card, how to automate a pin brute force by hijacking a user interface, and how to set up an electromagnetic fault injection test bench at home. So let's go for the first example. The idea is to check if a pin validation doesn't leak anything in its response delay that would give us information useful to find the correct pin. Here I show you against a card used in the Wookey, but the same principle applies, for example, on passwords to unlock a microcontroller like an ECU secure session or on a locked GTAC port, etc. The idea is very simple. You send the pin or the password and you measure how much time it takes for the card to respond. If the pin is correct, the timing will probably be quite different, but that's fine. That's when you know the pin. The problem can occur if you get slightly different timings between a completely wrong pin and one with, for example, the first digit correct or the length correct. So, for example, here, if it's a pin 1, 2, 3, 4, you measure the timing for 9999 and the timing for 1999, and maybe the timing of that one will be slightly longer than this one if, for example, the card is stupidly checking the digit one by one. Maybe it's reverse, so it's good to test also the end. And maybe the problem is on the length of the pin. So when you try the pin of a correct length, you will get a different result than when the length is incorrect. Spoiler alert, in the source code of the Wookey, we see they use the Java card API in their applet, so there is nothing really suspicious over there. But still, let's see how we can mount such attack. What do you need to mount it? A logic analyzer. A cheap one is okay, because a smart card is almost like a UART with a single line mixing RX and TX. You can see here the pinout. So you have one IO, which represents really what you get as RX and TX on a regular UART. And you need, of course, the ground to have a reference, and you write a little script to do trace acquisitions and to send commands on the smart card. You need to choose a target that accepts quite some pin attempts before killing itself. So here we modify the Wookey applet to be able to test mini pins without triggering the countermeasures that exist in the real applet of the Wookey. So how to hook on the smart card IO lines? 2 possibilities. One is to pick the lines directly from a reader if you can open the reader and modify it. Here you see I added a small pin header to a commercial reader, and you see that we've got only 2 wires that go to the logic analyzer. The other possibility, if you cannot touch the reader, is to add an extension with a fake card and a fake reader. So here we have a fake card that goes to the Wookey, and here a cable that deports a fake reader just to be able to put the real card here. So we have no room somewhere here to get the IO and ground line that we need for the logic analyzer. Then you record a trace when you send a pin to the card, and you see it's quite straightforward. You have only one channel to monitor, and you see some activity, which is the command that you sent, and then some activity, which is the response of the card. And the only thing we are interested in is the timing between the command and the response. And that's what we want to watch. So you get your measures. Here, for example, we test for the pin length. We set up first a pin of length 4 in this column, and here a pin of length 8 in this column, and then we try pins of different length with the wrong pins. Like we try to inject 9, then here 99, then here 999, etc. And you see when the correct pin is sent, the timing is very different. Now, do you see something else interesting here? Beside the correct pin, look at what are the longest timings in this list. And yeah, the longest timings are here and there. And when your pin is of length 4, that's when you try a pin of length 4. When the ping is of length 9, the longest timing is when you try a pin of length 9. Oops. So you see we got here a timing dependency, and we can find the correct pin length. Hopefully, we tested it further. There is no dependency on the first or last digit being correct or not, so you don't have a full timing attack against the content of ping, but still, you can discover the correct pin length via this method. Actually, it's not a bug in the Wookey applet itself, and it's really in the Java card OS of the card we tested, which were, by the way, our own cards, as we were using modified version of the Wookey applet. And we found that bug in the GCOP3 and GCOP4 cards, which are quite highly certified. One is AL5+, the other one is an AL6+. Again, no panic. Typically, the number of pin attempts should be very limited in most applications, but still, it's an information leak that shouldn't be really there. And it was reported to the vendor. The second example is taking control on the user interface via the SPI bus to enable some brute force on the pin. But to explain that one, I have first to explain the cryptographic vulnerability in the Wookey protocol, because the pin is not supposed to be brute force, as there is a limit in the number of attempts. You remember I told about the pet pin and pet name, and here is how the first phase of the authentication protocol works. So from the pet pin, where is my pencil here? From the pet pin, the Wookey derives a decay by some derivation function, and the decay is sent to the token. Then the token, it has an encrypted key block called ELK internally, and it computes, it decrypts the ELK with the decay that you provide, and it gives a KPK, which is sent to the Wookey. And the KPK, if it's correct, it's used to decrypt the key store. And from there, it can mount a secure channel with a token, ask for the pet name to the token, and display the pet name to the user. So where is the vulnerability here? Well, actually, so you provide the decay to the card, and you get the KPK back from the card. So you can compute yourself the ELK which is stored on the card, because you just need to reverse the decryption that we get here, and you can just re-encrypt the KPK that you got with the decay, and you obtain back the ELK. Okay, but that means you need the correct decay, which means you need the correct pet pin, so that's not really an issue, right? Well, actually, no, you don't need that even. Because if you provide a wrong decay, the card will happily compute a wrong KPK and return it. So you can re-encrypt the wrong KPK with the wrong decay, and you get back the real ELK again. So you can extract the ELK from the token just like that, without knowing any pet pin. What can you do with that? Once you get the ELK, the idea is to create a fake card for the Wookey, where we could disable the countermeasures present in the real token. I told you the token limits the number of pins you can try, and it has even an additional countermeasure where there is an increasing delay every time you try a wrong pin. This is the type of countermeasure, for example, you have in some passports as well. So with that fake token, we can brute force the pet pin on the Wookey, because there is no limit anymore on the number of trials it can do. And once we got the pet pin, we can go back to the original token, put it in the Wookey, and unlock the pet name. So we managed to bypass the first layer of authentication of the Wookey by that way. Okay, but to brute force the pin, we need some automation, and the keypad gets randomized at each boot, you remember. So the idea is to sniff the SPI command sent to the screen to reconstruct the keypad layout. We don't need a graphical reconstruction, and we just quickly fingerprint the sprites with some checksum to know which keys are displayed. Then we inject fake pressures from the touchscreen. For that, we hijack the touchscreen IRQ. It's a line that tells to the Wookey that there is some input, someone is pressing the touchscreen. And then the Wookey tries to sample the position on the touchscreen because it's a SPI bus. So the touchscreen cannot just send data like that. It's up to the Wookey to interrogate the touchscreen. So the Wookey is alerted via the IRQ line, and then it samples the touchscreen to get some positions. So that's at that moment we send fake positions in response to the SPI commands on the Wookey. And finally, we need to keep an eye also on the smart card communication to see if the Wookey tries to mount a secure channel. If it's tried to mount it, that means the pin is correct. So what we need, the fake token with the extracted LK, a simple microcontroller. Here we use a Teensy with some Arduino code, but anything else would do it. A logic analyzer, it's not really part of the setup, but that's pretty useful to debug what's going on. And then we need to hook some wires on the SPI bus. So here you see we got some micro solders on the SPI lines and the power supply, the ground, the chip select. And then we need also to hijack the IRQ line. So we don't want anymore the IRQ that comes from the real touchscreen. So we cut the line somewhere here and we hook somewhere closer to the microcontroller. But that setup didn't work very well because wrong pings were typed on the touchscreen, or at least it received not the pin that we were intended to type on the screen. So we had to investigate that a bit further. And that's where the logic analyzer is useful, by the way. So actually, there are a couple of bugs in the Wookey implementation of the touchscreen driver. One thing is the chip select is always active. So the chip select is the CS line you get here. And you can see that line is flat, and when it goes to ground, that means it's active. So it's active all the time. And one of the consequences is that the touchscreen is still active even when the SPI is used more for screen activity, because the screen and the touchscreen share the same bus. And the effect you see is that there is some funky stuff going on the IRQ line of the touchscreen, where nothing should happen actually over there. But that's fine. The Wookey is still working by chance. It doesn't perturb too much the operations. But that's the first issue. The second problem is bigger. Is that the routine to sample and average a position goes on even if the finger is released from the touchscreen. So here we have the IRQ line of the touchscreen that tells if we are pressing the screen, and we see it goes low all the time, so that means there is some pressure. And then here the pressure is released. What you see there is touchscreen activity when it gets interrogated. And indeed, the issue is that here on the first line, these are the commands sent by the controller and the response of the touchscreen that gives the position. So the controller is sampling the position several times to make some average and remove some noise. But the problem is that even when the pressure is released, the MCU is still sampling the touchscreen. But then the response it gets is zeros. So of course, if you make an average of these positions plus zeros, then you get a wrong position, which is shifted too much to the left. So the solution to avoid that problem is to take that into account when we fake the position, to be sure to respect the same cycle of the 16 measures. So we drive the IRQ exactly for 16 cycles of the sampling command, and we make sure that we reply 16 times with the exact same position. So at the end, we get something which is even more reliable by hand, because that bug appears indeed when you just use the Wookey touchscreen by your hand. Sometimes it types on the wrong pin. When you know that it can erase stuff when it detects too much errors, that can be really a big problem on the device. So here you see the boot sequence and the injection of the pen pin on the randomized keyboard. Here we type the pen, and then it will display the pet name. It takes a bit of time to appear, but it will be very quick. Yeah, here pin OK, Whoopee, that's the pet name, and then it types the user pin, because here this is the demo board, so we have access to both pin, and we can show you how the final display is. At this point, secure master edge is mounted on the PC. So you see all this sequence is still rather slow. It takes about 15 seconds to boot up to the validation of the pet pin. So brute forcing that pet pin is quite slow. So after testing the setup on the demo board, we try on the closed sample for which we don't know the pins. And in about 15 hours, we managed to break the pet pin on the closed sample. Thanks to the recovered pin, we could discover the pet name by swapping the card and putting the real authentication card on the Wookey. So the first layer of authentication of the Wookey was bypassed, which opened potentially the door for phishing attacks by presenting a fake Wookey to the user with a correct pet name. So he will trust the fake Wookey and type the user pin. And if you put, for example, a radio to exfiltrate the pin in real time, even if you realize that he cannot mount his data, you can then decrypt the stolen Wookey content. Now, a few words on electromagnetic faults. The idea here is to inject an electromagnetic pulse that will perturb the MCU, inject a fault in execution, like skipping execution, an instruction, sorry. Typically, such attack is done in two phases. First, a characterization of the target processor by using open sample, where you can run some sample code to observe easily if a fault is injected or not. Typically, we put a loop counter, so we can inject at any moment, and if we see that the result of a counter is wrong, we know we managed to inject a fault. During that phase, we try to find good parameters, like how much voltage to inject. It's about 300, 400 volts. Now, a few words on electromagnetic faults. The idea here is to inject an electromagnetic pulse that will perturb the MCU, inject a fault in execution, like skipping execution, an instruction, sorry. Typically, such attack is done in two phases. First, a characterization of the target processor by using open sample, where you can run some sample code to observe easily if a fault is injected or not. Typically, we put a loop counter, so we can inject at any moment, and if we see that the result of a counter is wrong, we know we managed to inject a fault. During that phase, we try to find good parameters, like how much voltage to inject. It's about 300, 400 volts. With which duration, where to put a little coin on top of the chip. Then we can try on the real target. Here we tried on the loader of the Wookey, where it checked the integrity of the firmware before executing the firmware. And we simplify a bit the target. We make sure it to disable the countermeasures, like it won't erase itself when it detects an attack. And we blink some LED at the end, just rather than running the full firmware. The main constituents are framework script that will coordinate all the hardware, where we will have something to inject high voltage pulses. Here I use a chip shouter, which is a bit costly, but you can probably do something by yourself for much cheaper. You just need a capacitor bank and a MOSFET. The advantage here, it's quite safe to use, because if you do by yourself something that handles 400 volts, you have to be very careful what you're doing. You need something to trigger it with a configurable delay. There is one in the chip shooter, but we wrote our own trigger in a small FPGA that you see here at the bottom. It's an ICE40, if you know it, to get better precision in the timing and in the pulse length. You need some XYZ table to move around the little coil on top of the chip. So here my XYZ table was just my 3D printer, but you can do that also on small CNC, for example. It's a bit easier. And you need the script to talk to the target and to reset it. So we have some control here made for the target. And you need to be able to reset the target, but because it will probably crash pretty often when you try to inject faults. And the script does also some cartography and automatic acquisition by varying parameters we've seen before. Here is an example of a cartography. You see there the different parameters that were used, and then we try to scan all the chip surface for a given height. And we can use some colors to see quickly what happens. When it's green, means normal behavior, nothing bad happened. Here in the blue, the target was not responsive, so we had to reboot it. Here in purple, it rebooted itself. So that means also that all cases that you have to handle in your script. And the more interesting parts are here in yellow and in orange, is when only a few number of instructions were skipped. So in the yellow, you see the number, that means there is only one instruction skip here, 2 instructions skip here. And with this cartography, you can see, for example, that maybe that area is pretty interesting because we don't have much crash, but we have small instruction skips. So we can try then the second phase only on this area, for example. So after the categorization, to find a good spot and good voltage parameter, we move to the target. Here, the loader of the Wookey that checked the integrity of the firmware before launching it. And here are some results we got on the loader. We got a first integrity bypass after about 5,000 attempts. And after some fine-tuning, we got a success rate of about once every 14 attempts. Maybe it's possible to get better, but it needs time to explore all the parameters of an EMP fault injection. But remember, on the real Wookey, there is a really defense in depth. As soon as the loader fails to check the integrity of the firmware, it erases everything. So still hard to really get a full execution path, attack path on the Wookey. So here it was just to test and see the feasibility of the fault injection, where we disable these countermeasures. By the way, we got also some other funny and less funny results. For the funny one, we got portions of the firmware leaking on the debug UART. That was not foreseen, but it happened. And that's really, with fault injection, like anything can happen really. Hopefully the UART is disabled in production. It's only on debug mode. But maybe you can do something similar on the USB descriptors, for example. For the less funny part, we also try to defeat the STM32 LDP2 protection. That's a protection, physical protection that forbids you to dump the content of the firmware over GTAC. And when we try to defeat it, we break the demo board after a while. So this is a gentle reminder I wanted to share with you that when I say anything can happen, it means including destroying the target. So always be very careful when playing with fault injection. I hope you enjoyed these stories. Here are my conclusions. Hardware attacks are fun to do. They are much more affordable than some may think. No need for big lab to start poking around. You've seen it with these stories. Never assume that you have in front of you is robust. Try by yourself. We've seen here issues on certified Java cards. We've seen crypto protocols weaker than foreseen. So it's always worth to challenge the things you see. Even if it fails, at least you can learn something in the process. And finally, if you got a test for the topic, I warmly welcome you to have a look at 2 books published very recently, like 1 or 2 months ago. The first one is a nice introduction to the topic, and the second one gives it goes deeper in fault injection and side channel, but still always in a style hacking at home without big equipment. Thank you, and I'm hearing your questions.
Okay, thank you, Phil. I think we got a number of questions. Do you want to start first, Sean?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much for the presentation. Just a quick question about the methodology. Did you try to use power glitch in order to have a better reproducibility? Because EM is a bit difficult to get high reproducibility rate.
You can hear me, I hope.
Yes.
Yes, perfect. Power, you mean voltage glitch? It was not part of our plan. As I explained, we had a huge plan to attack the Wookey, and each SSTI did part of it and got a part attributed. And in our part, it was only EM. But if I remember well, last year, Sinek presented his result on the voltage glitch on the Wookey.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Phil. I think you had a question on the live about the PTS update and when was it being done before verification or not. Would you mind repeating your answer for the rest of the audience who were not following that exchange, please?
Yeah, so there was a question if the pin counter check is updated correctly before doing the verification. Otherwise, you could try to verify the pin and tear off the card very quickly before it updates the counter check. Again, this was not something that was on our plan, and we had already quite a large plan to do in the CSPN days that are foreseen. So that's not something we looked at. Not that we didn't want, but yeah, we have to limit ourselves to already quite a number of things. Okay. But I hope, I assume that is correct, this one. I mean, the bug we found is maybe because it was something which was not really on the checklist for the certification labs when they attribute an EL6+, but I hope that on the EL6+ checklist, at least the check for tier of attacks.
We hope so. We've got a last question from Pascal.
Yeah, thanks for the talk. And my question is, how many hours does it take to solving this challenge? Yeah.
Here it was 3 items of our plan. The plan was much longer, and it was filling a full CSPN, which is 25 days plus 10 days when you have some crypto in it, so 35 days. But yeah, that's a regular CSPN, including reporting, including looking at aspects which are not just finding the vulnerabilities. So just for these items, well, the first one, the timing attacks, that's something you can do in a day or in an afternoon. It's very quick. The one with the instrumentation, you saw we had some difficulties to work around the bugs, finding what were the issues with the Wookey. So that one took probably like 4 days to set up. And the last one, the test bench. Actually, we didn't have yet a test bench when we started. So most of the time was about setting up the things, setting up and writing script and writing cryptography script. Then running the attack, it's about, I don't know, 1 day to set up the stuff and then a couple of days to run the tests.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll have a break, and I let Florian explain you when we will cover.
Okay, thank you again, Phil, for this nice, interesting talk. And at least it was most of interesting for our students who only see tiny attacks, for example, theoretically. And that was a very nice real-time experience. So we're gonna have a short break, and we will resume at 10:35 CET, for those of you who are not following us, with a recorded talk by the people from GSoftTech. Enjoy your break. Bon. Hybride, c'est pas bien. C'est la merde. Hybride, c'est pas bien. On oublie. Merci d'avoir joué le jeu. Continuez à jouer le jeu. Hein. Donc on a un petit break. Et vous avez vu qu'au moment où on parle de glitch, il y a eu un glitch. Et je remercie encore Vincent et Jérémy d'avoir essuyé les plâtres du setup. Hein, ils ont été les bêta-testeurs. Mais n'ayez crainte, pour les autres speakers, je pense qu'on va trouver d'autres bugs.
Trouver le bug de la carte d'acquisition. Trouver le bug de la carte d'acquisition quand vous avez vraiment dit hello. Normalement, il n'y a pas de pince sur le botton. Désolé.
Ouais.
En fait, c'est
enregistré, il n'y a pas de paye. Par contre, il n'est toujours pas là. Donc il n'y aura peut-être pas de truc.
Le truc que tu ne vois pas.
À mon avis, il n'y aura pas de
Okay, everyone, we're going to be resuming. So we're going to be starting again. We're going to be starting that session with a talk by Shlomi and Oberman and Moshi. We're going to be talking about a DNSMasq and how you can do DNS cache poisoning and go around that.
Hello and welcome to our talk, DNSMasq, Does DNS Cache Poisoning Still Matter at GreHack 2021. Who are we? I'm Moshe Kol, I'm security researcher at JSOF, and together with me working on this research is Shlomi Oberman, a chairman at JSOF. So what are we going to speak about today? We are going to begin with an introduction to the DNS protocol and an overview of cache poisoning attacks, as well as some recent ones. Then we will continue to talk about DNSMasq and the cache poisoning attack we found on DNSMasq. Then we will continue and discuss about some of the impacts of cache poisoning attacks, and we will conclude with some mitigations and thoughts. So DNS, the DNS protocol, is a core internet protocol that is used to map between domain names and IP addresses. So computer networks understand IP addresses, but humans are better with domain names. So therefore, a distributed database system has been invented to bridge this gap. It works with the client-server architecture, where the client resolves a name by querying a configured DNS server. So here in this example, the client queries www.example.com. The server looks up the response in its cache and returns a response to the client, specifying the relevant IP address, together with the time to live value, specifying how much time the client should cache this query. If the server does not have an answer right away, it needs to look the answer up. And if it is a recursive DNS server, then it does this process recursively. First, consulting the root name servers, then consulting the COM name server, then the COM name server directs the DNS server to the example.com authoritative name server, and the authoritative name server will return the response that will be cached by the server, and the server returns a response back to the client. So what is a DNS cache poisoning attack? In a DNS cache poisoning attack, the attacker goal is to inject a malicious record into the resolver's cache. So if the client wants to resolve www.bank.com, instead of getting the legitimate IP address, it will get an IP address that the attacker controls. Okay, so in order to resolve a domain name, the client needs to prepare a query according to the DNS protocol, which runs over UDP. In the query, the client chooses a random source port and a random transaction ID. The transaction ID is used to match between queries and responses. Because DNS runs over UDP and not TCP, it needs a mechanism to link between different queries and the responses, and the mechanism is the transaction ID. The query is sent to the configured DNS server, which looks up a response in its database or does a recursive lookup and prepares a DNS response destined to a port that the query was previously sent from, and the same transaction ID. so that the resolver can link between the query and the response, and of course specifying the IP address of the domain. So what the attacker need to do in order to inject a malicious response. So for a response to be accepted, the source and destination IP need to match, the source and destination port need to match, the transaction ID need to match, and also the question need to match, namely www.bank.com. So out of these fields that the attacker need to match, it doesn't know the transaction ID because it does not observe the query. And further, it doesn't know the source port, again, because it does not observe the query. And because these are random, then the attacker have no choice but to guess the port and the transaction ID. Also, the attacker need to impersonate the DNS server, so to make its rogue response look like it comes from the authentic DNS server. And it needs to do all of this, that is to get the transaction ID and destination port right within the short period of time where the legitimate response is sent back to the client. This is because when the authentic response arrives at the client caches this response and will not issue another query for the same domain name for a TTL amount of time. So because the attacker needs to guess the destination port and the transaction ID right, and each of them is 16-bit, this gives each query a 32-bit of entropy, which is enough entropy to render this attack infeasible in the naive brute force case. However, as we know in the realm of internet protocols evolve, and DNS was not designed with security in mind. So in the past, only the transaction ID was used as a forgery defense. And as we said, the transaction ID is 16-bit, and this was demonstrated by Dan Kaminsky in 2008 to be too short, meaning that sending 64K packets is very much feasible. This is what Kaminsky showed. And the workaround to increase the each query's entropy is to randomize the UDP source port. So previously, the queries were sent from a known or very much predictable UDP source port. But if the UDP source port is truly random 16-bit, then this increases the entropy of each query together with the transaction ID to 32 bits. So despite of the UDP source port randomization, researchers found ways to defeat this defense. One recent attack is SetDNS, and it defeats source port randomization using ICMP sidechannel. So Linux uses a global ICMP rate limit counter, and researchers found a way to probe which UDP source ports are open at the machine, the resolver. And this allows attackers to predict or to know the source port for an outstanding query, and therefore attacker only needs to guess the transaction ID, which is 16-bit, and we said that is very much feasible. Another beautiful attack is against resolvers that defer the UDP ephemeral port selection to the operating system. And it turns out that Linux used prRandom-U32 function, which is a weak pseudo-random generator. So given enough outputs of prRandom-U32, it is possible to recover the state of the pseudo-random generator and predict the next ephemeral source port for UDP, thus defeating, once again, UDP source port randomization defense, and attacker only needs to guess the transaction ID. And this attack was successfully demonstrated against systemd resolved stub resolver, which is commonly found in Linux distributions. So in another attempt to increase the entropy of queries was proposed a simple way called OX20 encoding, in which the stub resolver specified in the question section specified the domain name in a mixed case. So lowercase or uppercase randomly chosen. And the response is accepted if the case matches. And this is useful especially for long names. The problem with this defense, although it is effective and simple, is compatibility issues, because there are name servers in the internet that do not support OX20 encoding. So, for example, Google public DNS uses OX20 queries only for whitelisted name servers, and Cloudflare recently disabled it. But still, this is an effective defense or an effective way to increase the entropy.
So researchers found a way to bypass the OX20 encoding defense, as well as other randomization-based defenses. And the idea is as follows. When you think about a DNS response packet, then all the randomization-based defenses appear at the first part of the packet. So in the UDP header, we have the destination port. In the DNS header, we have the transaction ID. And in the question section that immediately followed by the DNS header, we have the domain name, which in case of the OX20 encoding is mixed case. So if the DNS response is fragmented, all of these randomization-based defenses appear in the first fragment, but not in the second fragment, where the answers to the query lies. So what the attacker could do to exploit this situation and take advantage of it, it can send ahead of time a spoofed second fragment to be cached by the recursive resolver, waiting for the first fragment to arrive. Then it issues a DNS query that will force a fragmented DNS response from the authoritative server. When the first fragment, the first legitimate fragment, arrive from the authoritative server, the recursive resolver would reassemble the two fragments into a single packet, because all fragments arrive from his perspective. And then the cache of the resolver will be poisoned because the second fragment contained malicious answers. There are two challenges with implementing this attack. The first challenge is forcing a fragmented DNS response. This is not as easy as it might seem. There are two ways two techniques to basically do this. One is to lower the path MTU between the authoritative server and the recursive resolver to a few dozen bytes. And then when the authoritative server sends a DNS response, it will be fragmented. The other way to accomplish this is works only on domains that are signed by DNSMasq. And this is because DNSMasq answers are typically long. The other challenge with implementing this attack is that the attacker needs to know the IP ID of the fragmented response ahead of time. So the IP ID of the authoritative server, of outgoing packets from authoritative server, need to be predictable. And this is not always the case. And basically, the IP ID should be randomized, not only to prevent this attack, but also to prevent device tracking, etc. So up until now in our talk, we talked about stub resolver, which reside in clients, so PCs, telephone, laptops. We talked about recursive resolvers that must return an answer for a query sent to them. We talked a bit about the authoritative servers that are in the control of the domain owners, and they give authoritative answers to the recursive resolver. And in this zoo of the DNS ecosystem, there's another animal called a DNS forwarder. And this box, the DNS forwarder, sits between the stub resolver and the recursive resolver, and it functions similar to a proxy. So it gets an answer, it gets a query from a stub resolver, and it sends this query to, if it knows the answer from the cache, then it serves this query immediately. But if it doesn't, then it queries an upstream recursive resolver that does a recursive lookup and gives it back the answer. And the DNS forwarder, once it gets an answer, it forwards the answer to the stub resolver that originally queried it. So what are the use cases for this box? So it is commonly found in home routers because it is a convenient default resolver in a local area network, because it is easily served by DHCP. Further, it allows for a load balancing between different upstream servers. Another advantage of using a forwarder is that it provides an extra layer of caching, and therefore it can reduce bandwidth and latency, because if this is a large network, if one machine resolves some domain, example.com, and another machine tries to resolve the same domain, the second query will be answered from the DNS forwarder cache, and the query wouldn't need to go to the recursive resolver and travel the internet. And also it is useful in scenarios where there's a need for some content filtering or a captive portal, for example. So the thing about DNS forwarders is that they evolve naturally out of necessity, and standards are lacking implementation guidelines for them. So, for example, it is unclear if the DNS forwarder should provide caching facilities, should they handle referrals, like recursive resolver do, should they verify the response? This is unclear. There is one RFC that specifically talks about DNS proxy, which is a little bit different from DNS forwarders. And in this RFC, it says that proxy should be as transparent as possible, meaning that they should receive a query from a client and pass this query almost with no change to the upstream server and relay the response almost with no change. But as we know, DNS forwarders do more than that. So this is a hybrid creature in the DNS zoo, and it has a vague role. Therefore, it is an interesting object for study. And also, they are less studied compared to recursive resolver. So there's this Google study that looked at DNSMasq and found some nice memory corruption bugs there. And there's another research that successfully demonstrated the defragmentation attack on DNSMasq and other DNS forwarders. And there is some other research, but this is not that study. So in DNSBook, we looked at DNSMasq, and DNSMasq is a popular DNS server and forwarder, commonly found in home routers. In Linux, it comes with Linux distributions. It is even found in Android when you turn on the hotspot, in industrial control systems, IoT, etc. And we looked at DNSMasq and found some 7 security vulnerabilities there. 3 bugs enable cache poisoning, and we will detail the cache poisoning bugs. And 4 bugs are memory corruption bugs that we will touch upon a little bit. Now we will begin describing the DNSBook cache poisoning vulnerabilities against the DNSMasq DNS forwarder. So the first thing to note about DNSMasq is that as a DNS forwarder, it receives a queries from a client on the LAN, for example, and if it doesn't know the answer, then it forwards the queries to one of the configured upstream DNS server. So each such forwarded query or outstanding request is represented by an internal FREC structure, which stands for forward record structure in DNSMasq, that contains the transaction ID of the original query and the forwarded query, and a hash of the question section. So DNSMasq, instead of keeping or storing the whole question section, it stores a hash of it. So at any given time, DNSMasq imposes a maximum of the number of forwarded queries. By default is 150. So in this example, where you see on the slide, the client query DNSMasq for www.bank.com with a random source port and a random transaction ID. DNSMasq doesn't know the answer, so it queries one of the upstream DNS servers, and it creates an FREC record containing the original transaction ID, the new ID of the new transaction ID of the forwarded query, and also notice that the new query has a random source port of its own. So when a response arrived, it is accepted when it matches an FREC, an open FREC structure. Meaning it is accepted when the transaction ID match and the question section hash match. And internally, DNSMasq uses 64 up to 64 sockets for to forwarding queries, and each of these UDP sockets is bound to a random source port. The issue within DNSMasq, the security bug, is that responses may be accepted on any socket, regardless of the socket used to submit the query. So if the query was submitted from one socket, a valid response, a response that matches the transaction ID and the question section hash can be accepted on any of the 64 sockets. This is a problem because as an attacker, we only need to guess one of the 64 destination ports. So this reduces the entropy that the attacker needs to guess. Another issue that we found in DNSMasq is regarding the question section hash. So DNSMasq, when it is not compiled with DNSX4, uses the CRC32 algorithm as a hash function for the question section. The problem with that is that CRC32 is not a cryptographically secure hash function. And in fact, it is possible to find multiple values that hash to the same CRC32 value. And we done exactly that in our proof of concept. We generated 300,000 domain names that all hash to the same CRC32 value. So how can attacker exploit these two weaknesses into a practical DNS cache poisoning attack? So we will consider a scenario where the attacker controls one machine in the local area network. It can be a full control of this machine or a semi-control via malicious JavaScript, for example. And this attacker-controlled machine would generate queries that all have the same CRC32 value. So DNSMasq will receive these queries and will forward each of them to its upstream DNS server, thus creating an FREC for each of them. And remember that the maximum FREC at any given time is 150. So the attacker arranges for 150 open FRECs at any given moment. In the meantime, the attacker generates responses, malicious responses, where in the response, the question section have the same CRC32 value as the queries, and will try to guess the destination port and transaction ID to one of the 64 ports open in DNSMasq, and one of the 150 open frecs in DNSMasq. And because the forwarded query transaction ID and its source port are not linked, this is the first issue that we talked about. This reduces the entropy from 32 bits to about 19 bits, which is very much practical. And in fact, we successfully implemented the attack within a few seconds to few minutes. Another issue that we found in DNSMasq is that there is no query deduplication mechanism implemented. So if a client asks for multiple queries for the same name, DNSMasq will create an FREC for each of them and will forward the queries. And this behavior is useful when DNSSEC is compiled, as we will talk about later, because it allows us to utilize other memory corruption vulnerabilities that we found. In terms of behavior that assist in implementing a successful cache poisoning attack, there is a behavior of DNS forwarders in general that have no response verification. So forwarders simply believe answers, any answer they got from the upstream recursive server, because they think that the recursive DNS server validated the response. And another behavior of DNSMasq is that its caching mechanism is record-based instead of answer-based. So instead of keeping a whole answer for a question, it keeps each individual record it got in the answer in the cache. And this assists attacker in poisoning the cache, for example, using a CNAME chain, where the attacker aliases its site with the domain it wants to poison, namely in this example www.bank.com, and then includes a record that links www.bank.com to one of the IP addresses that the attacker chose. All right, so now we'll take a broader look and assume attacker has a DNS cache poisoning capability. What can he do with it? So the first and most straightforward thing is that DNS cache poisoning provides man-in-the-middle capabilities for the attacker. So the attacker poisons a target domain name and redirects the client to the attacker IP address, where he can see the traffic and interfere with the traffic and do all sorts of bad stuff. The second straightforward thing is that it is possible to deny service from user by redirecting the user to some bogus IP address that doesn't contain the service. And the third thing that we will touch upon is that a DNS cache poisoning essentially relies on response forgery, which increases the attack surface on the device running a vulnerable DNS software. So basically, any protocol that is not encrypted is somehow susceptible to man-in-the-middle. And one of the main protocols that is not encrypted and was widely used is HTTP. And if the attacker hijacks HTTP session, it can inject malicious JavaScript, it can change website appearance to assist in phishing campaigns, etc. One interesting place that we found that still uses HTTP is package managers. For example, Ubuntu still uses HTTP to access its repositories and download packages. So the attacker can affect those two. Of course, the packages are signed, so we are not sure how much it gives the attacker, but it's certainly still a valid concern. In terms of relevance, we think that it is not that relevant in our current situation on the internet. So per Google Transparency Report, 95% of the internet traffic is encrypted. And by using TLS, the link between the client and server is protected against man-in-the-middle attacks. Another protocol that is widely used in the internet is the SMTP protocol that is used to send emails. And SMTP protocol relies on DNSMasq records to find the target mail server. So if the attacker has a capability to spoof an MX record, he can hijack emails, basically. Of course, if the SMTP session is not encrypted. Also, another defense mechanism that we have in the email ecosystem is SPF, Sender Policy Framework, that is used for the receiving mail server to authenticate which mail server can send it emails from the organization. And SPF relies on DNS text records to do that. So if the attacker has a capability to spoof, to insert arbitrary records in a resolver cache, it can bypass this defense mechanism. Another defense mechanism is MTA STS, Mail Transfer Agent Strict Transport Security, and it also relies on DNS to deliver the policy. So it can be suppressed too if the attacker has capabilities to mount a cache poisoning attack. Another interesting target for a cache poisoning attack is NTP, the Network Time Protocol, that is used to sync computer clocks. So NTP is an unencrypted protocol, and it has no man-in-the-middle defense mechanism. So if the attacker places himself as the NTP server, he can move client back in time or to future time. So what does this by an attacker? So an attacker could could roll client back in time and trick them into accepting an already expired TLS certificate, for example. It can also cause cache flashing attack if it moves the victim into the future. So typically, software caches entries for a specific amount of time, and if the attacker moves the client into the future, then the cache would be flashed. Also, an interesting target for time-shifting attacks is authentication protocols that typically contain a timestamp within them to prevent replay attacks. So if the attacker can roll back the victim a few minutes, then it can replay a ticket that was already expired, for example. Another interesting target for an attacker is attacking certificate authorities that use domain validation. So domain validation relies on the DNS protocol to verify domain ownership. So the requester of the certificate requests a certificate for some domain, and the certificate authority uses DNS to query the server for some cookie, for example, and that way it knows that the requester really owns the domain it wants the certificate for. So by poisoning the DNS that the certificate authority uses, it is possible to issue fraudulent certificates. This is probably relevant for DNS spoof because probably certificate authorities do not use DNSMasq as their DNS server. However, it's still an issue for cache poisoning attacks in general. Another impact that is relatively straightforward, but if we look at it from another angle, then I think it is interesting. We said that it is possible using a DNS cache poisoning attack to deny service from user. So it is possible for an attacker to deny service from a victim site for multiple users and then demand money in order to unpoison the cache or recover user access for the victim site. We think this is a threat in a world where ransomware attacks happen in a regular basis. Another interesting impact of cache poisoning attack is increased attack surface on the device running the vulnerable DNS software. So DNS is a complex protocol, and many of the complexities within DNS software is exposed when a response is accepted. So many new code paths. So and attacker needs the response forgery that the cache poisoning attacks basically gives in order to execute this code. And we think that a beautiful illustration of this is the memory corruption bugs we found in the DNSSEC implementation of DNSMasq. In order to reach this code flow for an off-path attacker, it first needs to get his response accepted. And once it gets its response accepted, it can use the memory corruption bugs to possibly take over the device. So this is another issue that we think is very relevant to these types of attacks. So to conclude, does DNS spoofing matter in the modern era? So we think that it is still important, but less than before, because the internet progresses and there are more encryption in protocols. It's still important because A, there is application-specific protocols that might be not encrypted, and B, for the reasons we talked about, for example, emails and NTP, And also, we think that there is some unexplored potential for attackers here beyond what we said in this talk. So what can we do as an industry and as individuals to protect ourselves against these types of attacks? So I think it is very effective to use transport security for DNS. So for example, DNS over HTTPS or DNS over TLS. This is to secure the link between the forwarder and the upstream server. So this prevents DNSMasq from running. Also, we need to continue with the DNSSEC deployment. So DNSSEC is used to authenticate DNS records, and right now it is not very widely deployed, and it could be effective in preventing such attacks. And of course, we should regularly patch software and as a community, a security community, continue the research in DNS security because it is critical for the internet. And with that, we'll finish our talk. Thank you for listening and feel free to ask any questions. Enjoy your conference.
Okay, thank you, Moshe. So we're gonna have maybe a couple of questions for you.
Any questions in the audience?
Any question on the IRC? At least I've got one question. So you stated that one of your recommendation is, of course, to patch regularly the equipment, but you're talking about millions of networking equipment, specifically home routers. Did you make any research on Shodan, for example, to see if there were many devices that were affected by the vulnerability that you've been disclosing? And do you really think that patch management will solve this problem?
So that's a great question. So we did a little bit of Shodan research and found that there are approximately 1 million, give or take, devices that DNSMasq devices that are open to the internet. And so clearly patching is important, but there are other workarounds to the specific DNSMasq vulnerabilities. One thing you could do is disable the caching. If there is no caching, then there is nothing to poison. Another thing that I think it's worth doing is implementing DNS over HTTPS, some DNS transport security mechanism. Does that answer your question?
Yes, part of it, but it was a very wide question, and I'm sorry. We got another question.
Yeah, in your last slide, you talk about mitigation using DNSSEC. You think cryptography can solve all the issue, and how long does it take to deploy the cryptography new DNS in the world?
So DNSSEC is a bit complex DNS protection mechanism, and it used to authenticate DNS records. So the facts are that it is not that deployed, widely deployed, because it is complex and there is all this key management that the domain owners need to do. But still, I think it can solve part of the problem. So I think it is worth investing in it as an industry.
Okay, thank you. We got a question on the IRC. Couldn't we generate a Let's Encrypt certificate by poisoning the TXT records?
So that depends if Let's Encrypt use DNSMasq as their DNS server, but more generally, it is possible. I think certificate authorities use, they have some ways to mitigate such attacks by querying different DNS servers. So it is not that trivial as it sounds, because attacker may need to poison some name server, many name servers to accomplish this. But in theory, it is possible. And I have a link to a paper that speak about it in the slides.
Okay, thank you, Moshe, for that interesting work and basically the heritage of Ripple 20. And keep the good work. And we're looking forward to hear and read for you later on. So we're now gonna have a live talk by Vincent and Pierre-François about GUI meeting.
And now we have Vincent Rollin on stage. He is part of the Cidre team who developed a tool for program and malware analysis. The talk is called GUI Mimic. This is a cross-platform recorder and fuzzer of a graphical user interface. So Vincent, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So yeah, I work at the Cidre team. I'm a PhD student at Centrale Spelek and INRIA. And I'm presenting you this tool that we consider for a purpose and that we want to share. It is GUI Mimic is a fuzzing tool that works by interacting with the mouse and keyboard. First of all, I need to explain quickly why we needed that. So, in our study, we focus on malware analysis. This is a malware is just a file or some parts, some code inside of a file that will execute some malicious actions. So when it reaches a certain target infrastructure and execute on it, some of the actions, we will study those actions to tell whether or not it's a malware, and more precisely, more interestingly, what is the family, which means what are the kind of actions that it took. More particularly, in our approach, we want to do what is called dynamic analysis, which means we want to run those sample files we want to analyze in a controlled environment, for example, in a virtual machine. But we will monitor them as they run. And when we think they've executed their actions, we will retrieve some execution trace information, to whatever that means, resource performance measurements, system call traces, and we will perform analysis from these traces. More precisely, we want to have a machine learning approach, which will give us some requirements. First of all, we need to generate a lot of these execution traces to be able to train our models. Furthermore, we want to be able to do some behavioral analysis, which means for particular softwares, which means we need a lot of traces per software to understand their behavior. That's why we also need some various data to be sure that we will explore all the possible paths to have the largest code coverage of a given software. And finally, for our particular need and some of our models, we want to be able to fuzz some goodwares, benign software, to learn their typical behavior. So, in particular, on most cases, the software we want to fuzz will not be designed to interact through terminal. Instead, there we have a graphical user interface, and that is what we will interact with. The problem is that if we want to generate completely random events with the mouse and keyboard, this is very ineffective, as we could click, for example, on dead parts of the screen and, for example, lose focus on the software we want to try. So instead, what we need to do is to learn some rules for the software we're currently fuzzing, telling us what are the active parts of the interface. So to sum this up, our tool needs to interact through the graphical user interface, by taking control of the mouse and the keyboard, and generate all the necessary events through that. To learn to make coherent actions, we need to record ourselves using the software. And then we will be able to trim these sequences, this recording, create some rules, some logical rules, to make sure the way we're using the software, the way the fuzzer will use the software is coherent with its interface. We also need to be fast because we should not have to spend days teaching the software how to use a given program. But on the other hand, we want some randomization features as we need to fuzz it. So we should not only play what we recorded. The software needs to learn more from the recording, learn how to do more. And also, we want to be able to target specific parts of the application, which means, for example, if we think we have more to look for in a certain use case of a software, we need to be able to tell our tool to focus on this part. And finally, ideally, this tool will be cross-platform to make sure we are not limited in our studies and that as many experts can use it. So first of all, I'm going to explain to you how the recording of sequences work when you record yourself using a given software. I'm going to talk then about how we represent the actions we are recording. Then I'm going to talk about the scenarios, which are the way we set the rules to tell our tool how to use our target software. Then about the editing work you have to do, you can do to be more accurate in your fuzzing. Then I'm going to talk about the events that we use to simplify your work and how the software, the system will interpret them. And then about some transformations that are made to ease your work and to add some more fuzzing capabilities. So first of all, about the recording of sequences, it is very simple. With the software, you just have either to press a button or to press a short key. By default, both control keys, quite unusual, to start or stop recording. From that, you will get a sequence of events, which is all that the system sends us, all the events the system generated from the data collected from the mouse and keyboard. Each of these events has its own information, like the duration of the time to wait before the event executes. for keyboard events, the key that are used, for mouse events, sometimes the coordinates, sometimes the button used when it's a click, and the scroll amount. So now I'm going to show you how the recording works. So here I'm just starting the software. So here in this case, I'm trying to fuzz Visual Studio Code. So what I'm going to do is first record myself starting the application. So for that, I just type in a name for the sequence to generate, and then I start the recording. So I'll choose to start it this way. And once the system is the Visual Studio Code is started, I just press both Control keys to stop the recording. From that, we've retrieved the sequence of everything that happened. Now I'm just saving the file. And to have a better code coverage, you should record yourself doing this in multiple different ways. So here, I'm going to record myself again, starting it in another way. This is to ensure that some malware, for example, might trigger on different conditions. By starting the software in different conditions, in different ways, I may reach those different conditions. Now I'm going to show you what is the content of a given sequence. So here I've recorded a few sequences, and here I'm loading a long sequence of a complete use of the software. So this takes sometimes to load, but as you can see, many different events, mostly mouse moves, which are infinitesimal mouse movements. And this sequence holds everything that happened when we use the software. From that, you've seen that there were many different events and a lot of events that were quite the same. So we created two classes, two types of events. Let's say, for example, we want to model a simple mouse move, which means a simple mouse click, which means we want to move the mouse to a certain place on the screen, then press a button. This is, from the system, what we get is a very long sequence of mouse moves, like moving from 2 pixels, pixels back, almost pixel by pixel, then a mouse press and a mouse release on the same button. So all of these little events are atomic events. We cannot split them. And this is concretely the information we gather from the system. On the other hand, we decided to modelize that with what we call a synthetic event. This is just a merged representation of all these atomic events. And when we want to play it, to make sure the system understands, we need to develop it back into a sequence of atomic events. This has two advantages. First of all, it's much easier for us to manipulate. And second, getting rid of some of the exact information of the mouse paths allows us to add some variability. So for example, if we look at the sequence we recorded earlier, we could synthesize it by grouping the key that we use to type and the mouse moves. So here I'm going to show you how to what the synthetic events look like. So here I'm just creating an empty sequence, and instead of making all the events one by one, I'm going to create just synthetic events that will represent complex sequences, but just in a few events. So here, for example, I add a mouse click. So it means going to click on some specific place on the screen with some times, and then multiple clicks. I can precise the duration and the coordinates, or even I can set random coordinates. and also set the mouse button to use. So this event is added to the sequence. I'm going also to add another event. So keyboard inputs means typing some text. So I have to type in the duration before starting to type. And then what I want to type. You could type, for example, a certain specific text, but this is not extremely useful for fuzzing, or except in some specific cases. On the other hand, you could also add some random words to appear like the goal is to make it look like a real user. So ideally, some random English words. I can also precise the typing speed. And now this sequence is ready to be played. Now that, let's suppose we made enough sequences, we've recorded enough data to play. We want to make scenarios, which are a set of rules to tell the system how to use the sequences. So for example, let's say I've made a recipe book for a given application. This means a lot of sequences of different use cases. Ideally, you would not record yourself using the entire software at once, as you would have. This would not be a good material to explain how to use the software. Instead, you record yourself using specific steps of the software. So for example, I have multiple starting sequence, ways to start the application, multiple creating a new file, sequences, and so on. So now to explain our tool how to use the sequences, we will make a scenario which is just a sequence of regular expressions, which will tell it how to choose in between the sequences to make a valid scenario. So for example, I'd say save .star means I want you to choose a sequence which names begins with save. And then at the moment of playing the scenario, the system will choose one sequence per expression and play them in the exact same order. So here, for example, I will make one of these scenarios. So to do that, I just have to insert the expressions. So for example, the first thing to do, of course, is to start Visual Studio Code in any possible way possible. So I will name it start.star. It is the language of Python regular expressions. So .star means any character, any number of times. So I'll just have to add a few sequences. For example, a few expressions. As you do this, you will be able to see all the possible outcomes. For example, a valid use case for Visual Studio Code would be, well, first to start the application, then create a new file. Here in this particular case, as you can see, I've only made one sequence name new file, so I don't need to put the .star. Then code something, and at the end, exit. So on the software, on the tool, you will have many information. Here you could see all the possible choices that would come out of this scenario. You can have also all the outcomes or only for a specific expression. And once this is done, I'm able to play the scenario. Now, just a bit, I'm going to talk a bit about the editing work you can do to improve your sequences. First of all, let's say you have recorded some things, but you want to add more sequences. The first thing you can do is just to add, as I've shown earlier, your own events, ideally synthetic events, because they are much easier to handle. And once this is done, you can apply transformations. Transformations can be applied instantly to ease your work. Let's say you want the whole sequence to last twice as long. You might not want to edit each event individually. To do that, instead, you can apply transformations to change all the events at once. Once this is done, at the moment of playback, 2 steps will be done. First of all the synthetic events that you use to easily manipulate and easily understand the sequences will have to be developed back into atomic events, as this is what the system expects. And once this is done, we can apply some other transformations that we will have scheduled. Ideally, those transformations are random transformations. The idea is that each time you will play them, the corresponding sequences, you will have a different outcome. So here, for example, I'm going to show you what a playback looks like. So here I'm playing the scenario that we made earlier. Here it's important to note that I'm not touching the keyboard and the mouse. So here, the scenario, if you remembered, contained the expression start, new file, which also include, I think, saving a file, and code and exit. So here it will choose one sequence corresponding to each case. So here it will, I think it will save something. Yeah, it will save the file, and then code something and then exit. As for maybe you want to know about the complexity, this tool is quite lightweight. You won't have any complex operations. All the operations are on sequences of relatively small sizes. So we've made it so all the operations are at worst linear, both in space and time. So yeah, I'm finished typing. Here it tries to run the code. And once this is done, it should exit the application. And once this is done, you will collect the exact sequence of event that was played to be able to replay it if you want to repeat the experiment. Now I'm going to talk a bit about these synthetic events, as this is not, these are some opportunities. Developing them offers some opportunities. First of all, about the mouse click events, when you go to click on certain position on the mouse, they develop back into the way they were before, which means a sequence of mouse moves, infinitesimal moves, then a mouse press and mouse release as many times as needed, if you want to do a double click or more. But the path is not saved in the event, in the synthetic event, so we have to create it. And this is a good fuzzing opportunity. What we do is choose a random point on a discus centered in the middle of the starting point and the ending point, and make a Bezier curve from the degree 2 Bezier curve from those 3 points, and this will be our mouse path. On the other hand, for keyboard inputs, we have to, you can type in any kind of text your keyboard can type. For that, we have to handle many corner cases. Uppercase cases are quite simple to handle, much harder for special character cases. And this will develop into a sequence of key presses and releases ordered in the right order to type the text you wanted it to type. Now I'm going to talk a bit more about the transforms. So the transformations are just functions that take on an event and returns 0 or more events. The idea is to apply this, you define this function, or you take an already made transform, and this will transform an entire sequence. So the transformation can be applied, as I said, at 2 times, either at editing to ease your work. So I took the example of lengthening the duration of your sequence. There are much more. You can also, so that was the time dilation. You can also filter some events. For example, let's say you don't want any keyboard press on a certain key. I don't know, because you don't have the key, for example. And on the other hand, you can also apply a sequence at random time. So the idea is that this is much more useful to do that for random transformations. For example, the time noise. It's very useful in the case of a keyboard input. When you develop a keyboard input event into a sequence of keyboard press and keyboard releases, the corresponding sequence will have, all the events will have the same duration, which is quite not human-like. So instead, you can schedule a time noise transform, which will add some noise on the timestamps to make them a bit random. And since this is applied at runtime, every time you play the sequence, you will have a different outcome. You can also, for example, randomize slightly the mouse moves to make sure you don't click at the same time, exactly at the same place. So here I'm going to show you how to make those transforms. So here I've opened, it's the sequence that we defined earlier. I'm going to, first of all, apply time dilation transformation. So the only thing I need is the dilation factor. But here, I don't really need it because we made a synthetic event sequence. That's very useful. On the other hand, applying a time noise is always useful, especially when there is keyboard input events, which there is here. And this is done. When we will play the sequence, this transformation will be applied and add some random noise at the execution. So to conclude, we made this tool to mimic the interactions with a given software of a normal user. It can generate most of these kind of interactions. Our representation in sequences and scenarios ensures that all the interaction it will generate are coherent with the interface of the software to make sure we don't lose control and we keep fuzzing the software as we want. It is quite fast. Here I only had to do less than 10 recordings, and I was able to run some fast, some simple fuzzing. The scenarios, the synthetic events, and transformations are all made to offer you good fuzzing capabilities to make sure to increase the code coverage of the software you're testing above what you've recorded. The scenarios are what allows you to target specific parts. If you record sequences using specific part of the software, you just have to incorporate more scenarios using these sequences, or to make sure the scenario uses these sequences the most. And we've tested it on multiple environments, on multiple, for example, Linux distributions, and it works on those platforms. And you can download this tool. It's available on this Git repository. So thank you for listening, and I'm open to your questions.
Thank you very much for the talk. Do we have questions in the room? Maybe a first question from my side. Did you implement strategies to measure and optimize the coverage?
So this tool is blind to the software it's testing, which means it doesn't know what it's really doing. So we don't have tools to measure the coverage, the actual coverage. You can only do that through making sure your scenarios, your editing and scenarios have a good coverage.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My question is, so the idea is to do some fuzzing. So ideally, you would need an example where you're able to crash a program, and you would be able to reproduce the crash consistently based on your parameters. So that's the first question. Do you have an example of such a crash? And the second question is, what is the granularity of the time events that you're doing? Because if your crash is based on a race condition, you need to be able to control the parameters very precisely.
So we didn't do this for debugging software. Instead, we do this for malware analysis. Our goal is to trigger malwares, sometimes viruses that hide into some software. So no, we don't have example of generating crashes.
But did you trigger the malwares consistently?
And we mostly focus on goodware for now, because we wanted to measure the what is a normal behavior for AI models. And about the time precision, I've tested it. I've run multiple tests on different sequences. We are at the system accuracy, which means that, for example, even at very long sequences, we can reach the time precision on the order of a nanosecond.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other question in the room? Okay, maybe last one for me. But I guess I have already the answer. But do you have strategy to minimize your data set? But as you mentioned, as you don't know what's going on in the program,
to minimize
the data set, the vector that you input on your fuzzer.
What do you mean to minimize?
The number of
the recording, you mean?
Yeah, number of recording, number of data, number of vectors that you input in your fuzzer.
Minimizing is done mainly by the synthesis of events. On the other hand, you should not try to minimize it to make sure to increase your code coverage. The more recordings you do, the more the better the code coverage.
Yeah, but for a given coverage, you would like to minimize the data in input. But as you cannot measure the coverage.
On the other hand, it is a trade-off of all the recording you will do and the transformation you will be able to apply, the randomness built-in in the events you will manually add. So yeah, it is just a trade-off between all those things.
Okay. Thank you very much. I guess we can thank you again, Vincent, for the presentation. And I think now it's time for the break.
So it's time for lunch break. We're going to be resuming at 2. And in the meantime, you can enjoy the break and enjoy lunch as well, and enjoying the replay of Inertia demo party, if you like that music.
Forama, please.
Thank you, Mom.
Did anyone take a notice of what hour we started coding? So apparently we started 13 minutes ago, so still 12 minutes left to go. And you can vote for what is your favorite participant so far. We'll go through every single participant on the main screen, and we will let you know when we are closing the live vote. So you can update at any time. Don't be alarmed. Enjoy the show for now. We have 12 more minutes of banging live music from Boat Sound. And for those who don't know what the hell we're doing on the screen, this is using a tool called Bonzomatic. And Alien, you have all the links ready to post, don't you? Yes, he says in a panicked look. We have some links where you can learn more about what we are using and how you can get involved into doing shader live coding if that's your thing. There are a lot of interesting resources, some live streams from some regulars, namely Flopin, Evil, Nusan, Remina. All of them stream regularly. Probot also streams regularly. Those are great resources to have. Also, IQ has some very good resources on how to get coding with the whole SDF thing. And we're using a tool called Bonzomatic, which was originally developed by Garguy. And the networked version that we're using was developed by Alkama and Nusan. Big love to them for developing this during the pandemic. It allows us to have these kind of events, so big love to them. Genio is checking if the sound is okay. Is it, Genio? After 15 minutes, can we check if the microphone level is okay? After 6 beers, Genio doesn't know anymore. Extra points for having the party logo. Allez. It's an eye. We are watching you. message. It even has the right colors. We have more 10 minutes, 8 minutes until we start voting. So if you haven't started voting, I recommend that you do so. If you're missing a vote key, ping Alien on Twitch and he will give you the vote key. Or on Discord also works. Everything is so black and white. It's trying to have a little bit of colors. Dotted map with some Portuguese color scheme, I guess. It's not Dutch, at least. And a lot of browns as well. It's looking pretty cool. Let's do one more round and then we can open the voting. Well, the voting's already open. We can start thinking about closing the voting. Is that better? But how much time did you script? Did you script like a whole hour of developing or just 25 minutes? Let us know in the chat, because I know you're not coding, so you can chat with us. Just to know when we should kick you for having cheated. Great logo though. So, anyone has any questions who they should vote? Do you want to see anyone in specific? Well, too bad, because you already did all the votations. You just see the mosaic view now, and tune your votes. I can do a quick transition. I will hide the code because I have the power, thank you to Nusen. I will do one more pass-through, and then we will close the voting for the first round. So please update your votes now, and the person with the least votes will get removed. Okay, you saw all the people. We have some difficulties here at the party place because some names are cut, so I'm gonna go through them one by one. So top left, we have, where's my mouse? Do I have a mouse? We have Provod, we have Amazing Goose, we have Dotted Bat, we have Rimina, we have Exka, Zord, Monsieur Soleil, Alcama, Tater, Lechuga Feliz, Cosa Mentale, Doc, and OB5PR. So adjust your votes accordingly. You have 20 seconds to round up your votes. Cleaning up the screen. Okay, have you all voted? People on the chat, you want some more time? Too bad, because it's already been 20 seconds and we are about to close the voting. Alien, who is the first person who goes home?
It's Emma Goose.
Oh, Emma. Sorry, no more Goose today, but thank you so much for participating. She took a while to get something on screen. Unfortunately, it's the first person to get cut. Did you announce it on the Discord yet? Nobody will. The rest of the people keep coding. We have one more round. You can update your votes and then we will cut someone else. Everybody, please give a huge round of applause for Emma. She tried. Emma, if you want to keep coding, we can show your final effect later on. If you want, if you don't want, that's fine as well. Thank you so much for participating. Let's keep going with the 12 contestants left. Okay, one more round, and then we get to vote again. So please fine-tune your votes. Okay, enough fun for now. Time to vote. One of these will go away. Totetmad has run out of script apparently, so I would slightly suggest that you would vote Totetmad out on this round, so we have live coders left and not scripts left. But that's just me. You can do what you want. It's a free world. It's a free voting system. And in 20 seconds, Alien will let me know what you have voted. So please fine-tune your voting accordingly. Can we get rid of one more participant? Please refresh the results and let's see who will be going home. So, Alien, who is the next person who's gonna get cut?
Provod.
Robot, thank you so much for participating. It seems that From Russia with Love will have to stay for the next time. Thank you so much for participating though. Everybody please give a huge round of applause for Robot. Great looking effect. Thank you so much. One more round and then we're gonna kick another person out. We're already running a bit late on schedule, so this will started late, so who cares? Party on.
This is your 4-hour friendly reminder to change your mask. Get one for free at the info desk. Thank you.
I love changing my mask. Time to do another vote round. 30 more seconds for people to update their votes. If you want to change your vote, do it now. That must have been 30 seconds. But the drop makes it seem longer. Okay, so the next person coming out, Alien, tell us your justice.
This time, the cheater, Totemat.
Ooh, the cheater got caught, finally. Thank you so much for participating, Totemat, doing the scripts for the screens with all the participation, the previous participation from our guests, and also the scripts for doing this remote participation. Thank you so much for participating. Everybody, please give a huge round of applause to Totemat. Great logo. We should use that for a party. And then there were 10. don't know what the hell is going on, this is TIC80, which uses Lua. You can also use other languages, but they're using Lua in this particular case. And we have 4 people, Truck from Finland, Gasman from the United Kingdom, Dave from, I'm not sure, probably United Kingdom as well, and Metrotonic, she's originally Irish, but is living in the UK as far as I know. And they're coding live, and we're going to switch between them. It's being organized by our droid, thank you so much for the host. And yeah, this is my DVD. So yeah, hope you enjoy this session. We'll be around 1 hour, and give us some banter on the chat as well, on the Twitch chat. So yeah, enjoy.
So as you see, it's a very special occasion, and you're now watching the live chat at Inertia Demo Party 2021, the 20th anniversary. And in case you were wondering, yes, it's me, Jinja2, your host, the main party organist here. And yes, I probably had a few some beers. It's fine. I'll manage. As long as I don't have to drive, it's fine. I mean, nobody tells me what I do. I do what I want. I'm the owner of this shit.
Once again, I'm longing for your hungry touch. Picturing you on me, I'm missing you so much. Midnight turns to morning, and I don't get no sleep. I know that you are out there somewhere beyond someone else's street.
Yeah, but it's true story. Whenever it has CRT, you win. Ask SuperRogue. He will not let me lie. He won every single time. Crackle base. Here we go. Bypass this. 512 bytes. Okay. Crackle base by Pestis. Thank you so much for that submission. Next up, we have Signature by Dave84. His first production for a demo party, so please be gentle. Signature, right? Now, so we're gonna stop it. Thank you for your submission, Dave. That was nice. Entry number 4, Glory by Yobe. The king of fantasy consoles. Let's see what he has for us today. Glory. Okay, I think it's looping, so we're gonna stop it. Apologies, Jobe, if it's not looping, but it seems to us that it is. I think we have one more entry. Balls 80, 60 frames per second, 512 byte intro for a demo party with sound effects, colors, and touching balls. Everything you need for a successful party. This was a last-minute entry, and I haven't actually seen it. I assume it's related to the other balls in 256 bytes. It's looping. What do you think? Do you think it's looping? It looks like it's looping. Thank you, Dresdenboy, for your submission. And that was the end of 512 byte tick 80 compo. Thank everybody who participated. I think that went quite well. So first time we had this category as a competition. I think we had a lot of cool entries. So very happy with that. And next up we have the real time. The main dish of any self-praising demo party. Demo compo. Are we ready to go for the first entry? So the first entry, Possession by Artline Design, the small Halloween entry from the ALD Spooks, Commodore 64 with SID 6581. I have no clue about the settings on ViStar. I'm gonna check real quick if that's the default SID or not. It's not, so yay! Yay for me! I fixed the bug before happening. Okay, shall we run the thing? Okay. 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 Spooky. Still spooky. Now? Now maybe? Maybe? Yeah, it's looping now. Thank you very much. Possession by Artline Designs for the Commodore 64. The next entry that we have is Fractured Procedure by Theron. It's a 4 kilobyte intro. I have this version that I never ran before, and I hope it doesn't completely explode the system. Shall we go? That was Fractured Procedure by Theron. I'm checking something real quick, because there used to be like an issue. When I tested the original version a couple days ago, the process was left pending. And I told Theron, and apparently he fixed it, because I don't see the process pending anymore. So it's fine. Well done. Good live real-time fixing, or live coding fixing. Next up, we have Cities of Finland by Superstand and Krankski. Time to beer. Thanks, Krankski, for support and music. Okay. I don't remember Helsinki being this colorful, but okay. I might have been distracted. So, Cities of Finland by Superstunday and Cranksky, thank you so much for your submission. Up next, we have entry number 4, Nacho, Nacho, Nacho by the Nacho Average Hombres. We love nachos, we hope you do too. Otherwise, you're gonna not enjoy this, this demo very much. Let's go. I double-clicked, why isn't it launching? Did I not double-click? Did you not feel my clicking? Transversing through my nacho? What more do you need from me, Mr. Nacho? Maybe I misclicked? I misclicked the nacho. We tested this before. It does work. Let's try double clicking again. Okay, nacho. The secrets of the Aztecs finally revealed by Nacho of Nacho Average Hombres. Thank you so much for your submission. Great to have more demos for the playlist featuring food. So always good. Entry number 5, it's Dunkenstein by Slipstream. Happy Halloween from Slipstream. Hope you enjoy this dank bit of silliness from the TIC 80. I should probably launch the TIC 80 for this. Ba-dum.
Hello, everyone. We are going to be resuming. May I have your attention? Okay, namaste to everyone. Namaste, Prakash and Sachin. So we're going to be starting this session with two security engineers from Threatnix based in Kathmandu, who are mainly working on application and mobile security. They're going to be talking about exploiting CSP in Webkit.
Hi. Hello, everyone. I'd first like to thank you all for attending our talk. The title of our talk is Exploiting CSP in Webkit to Break Authentication and Authorization. Now, have you ever had an access to a zero-day bug which you could possibly use to take over accounts on any platform you want? Well, we kind of did. Today in this talk, we'll talk about a bug that enabled us to take over user accounts on most of the web applications out there. But first, a little bit about us. My name is Sachin Thakuri, and I am a co-founder and security engineer at Threatnix, where I do mostly web and mobile security stuff. And I'm also a co-founder of ThreatCon, a security conference based in Nepal.
Hi, I'm Prakash. I'm also a co-founder and a security engineer at Threatnix, where I spend most of my time hacking web applications and sometimes playing with JavaScript and new browser APIs.
Before we move on deep into the presentation, here's a quick TLDR version of the talk. Long story short, today we'll discuss a vulnerability that was reported to Apple that Apple didn't consider severe enough to fix quickly, which then, after waiting for a significant amount of time, we decided to exploit and earn some bounties by reporting them to confounded programs. The bug was in CSP implementation of Webkit, a browser engine used by Safari web browser, as well as all iOS web browsers, including Firefox and Chrome. The failure of Webkit to adhere to W3C specification when a CSP violation event is triggered leaked cross-site destination URI while redirecting from one origin to a different one. Combine this with common practice of implementing SSOs cross-site redirects to authenticate and authorize, we were able to steal codes, access token, or any other secrets that were part of the leaked URI, which we could then further use arbitrarily. This allowed us to carry out attacks, including but not limited to account takeovers, CSRF, and sensitive information disclosure. Moving on, now we will discuss few technologies and concepts before moving on to the vulnerability itself. SSO. Have you ever seen these buttons where you can log in using Facebook or Google accounts on a third-party website and wonder how this works? These features work through a technology known as SSO. Single sign-on, also commonly known as SSO, is a technology that provides centralized authentication service. Generally, users are asked to provide their single set of credentials, and authentication to all other applications are verified through a centralized authentication service. Its ease of use and effectiveness has made SSO really popular among modern applications. In addition to being simple and easy to use, SSO is also considered more secure. SSO commonly works by generating an authentication token, which is then passed to other applications and services. Authentication token then enables services to verify and authorize an identity, which is why securing and making sure that authentication token are kept safely is of utmost importance.
Well, I assume we all know what CSP is, but let's just revisit it very quickly. Continuity policy, or CSP, is a set of policy or rules defining how browsers load resources like JavaScript, CSS, or images, and whether to allow or deny use of websites. It's defined using an HTTP response header called continuity policy, like some here, or using meta tag with some exclusions like report URI or firmware sessions. CSP has been around since 2010 and is now supported by all modern browsers. We can also see it being widely implemented in Web 2.0 apps and a lot of improvements happening over the years. Though setting the CSP header still seems to be a hard task because it depends on resources used by each particular page or site. That's probably why there is not something as a default policy. I think it's not that uncommon to make mistakes while implementing a content theory policy. And for that reason, we also have something called content theory policy report only header. And what it does is, instead of actually executing the policy in action, it only reports violations, which makes it easier to debug if a policy is working as intended or not, without breaking anything. I guess we all must have seen CSP errors in our browsers and so on. So when it comes to CSP, we always have what we call violation reports, because what if a user tries to load a restricted resource, right? In that case, browse bulky request and dispatch a violation report. There are currently 4 ways to catch a dispatch report: CSP's report URI directive, report to, voting observer, and security policy violation event. Throughout the talk, we'll be using security policy violation event for easier understanding. The report in general contains information on what caused the violation, like violated directive, original policy, blocked URI, the user, or the URI the user requested, and so on. Yes, it discloses the URL the user requested or tried to load, and that could be something sensitive if it is a result of a redirect. For example, in case of OAuth. So to avoid leaking sensitive information, W3C recommends user agents only include the URL of the original request. The image here at the bottom is from CSP 1.0 candidate recommendation from 2012, and even then we had such cases covered. It says the violation reporting mechanism has been designed in a way to mitigate such the possibilities of probing the behavior of another server. And it also explains why. That is, if violation reports contain the full blocked URL, the report might contain sensitive information contained in the redirected URI, such as session identifiers. And as Satyan already said, it's pretty common in case of SSOs and OAuths, for example. However, it recommends including the origin of the blocked URI, which is still an issue, and we have a long history of reports on that. We found a few disclosure reports on Chromium issues leaking origin of blocked URI in one way or another using CSP. All these reports share the same problem, the leakage of cross-origin redirect URL. Thus, we'll only talk about the first one from 2013 by GreHack, when CSP was still in its infancy. He demonstrated what we could achieve by using CSP's blocked URI directive. Remember what W3C said in its recommendation? Well, this has been quoted directly from his blog post, where he says, we can use CSP tree to detect if a user has authorized certain apps or clients, because all authorized apps will redirect to their homepage instead of login or authorization page. For example, if you have already authorized Instagram on your Facebook, sending a request to Facebook auth endpoint for Instagram will redirect to Instagram instead of Facebook. We also found reports leaking full block URI in 2020, which were very similar to ours that we'll talk about shortly.
Now, after that history, let's discuss the root cause of the vulnerability. We can define a CSP policy in such a way that whenever a redirect happens to a domain with different origin, also known as cross-origin, a CSP violation occurs and a security policy violation event is fired. As you can see in this figure, our domain cm2.pw with described CSP policy makes a fetch request to domain1.com. Then the response header from domain1.com contains a location header that now redirects to a domain with different origin, domain2.com. But due to our CSP policy, the request to domain2.com is blocked and a CSP violation event is fired. Now, when security policy violation event is fired, it uses security policy violation event interfacer target with different attributes. And while setting values for these attributes, a failure by Webkit to adhere to W3C specification resulted in leaking 3OX redirection location in document URI attribute. As you can see in the example, fb.com/secret here redirects to facebook.com/secret here. Then you can see difference in values for attribute document URI set by Safari and other web browsers, while other browsers who have followed specification mentioned by W3C seems to set value of a URI with values from where original fetch request was made. Safari, who failed to follow the W3C specification, set those values with final redirection URI. Now, you might be wondering, how can this be exploited in SSO? As you can see in this figure here, when a user loads example.com, it first checks if the user is authenticated or not. And if the user is not authenticated, then as shown in the figure, it will send the user to auth.example.com, which is a SSO domain that provides centralized authentication. Now, after verifying the user is then redirected back to example.com with an authentication token. Now, the general common practice while implementing SSO is to use different subdomain or an entirely different domain, which then doesn't meet the criteria to be defined as same origin. So the final redirection that happens from SSO domain to the final domain, or in the case as shown in the figure from auth.example.com to example.com will be cross origin, thus allowing an attacker to steal the final redirection URI. In today's modern application where authentication and authorization are heavily dependent on technologies such as OAuth, SSO, and JWT, where secrets are passed through URLs, the leak of the final redirection URI made application using these technologies almost always vulnerable.
The responsible disclosure didn't go at default. We first reported the vulnerability to Safari in February 2020 and had to wait for a few weeks before we even received an automatic acknowledgement. After 2 months of waiting, we finally received a reply on April 20, and to our surprise, it said, "This doesn't seem to pose a threat to Webkit users." They further went on to explain that even after fixing the issue, an attacker could gather the same information by monitoring Webkit logs while running an attacker control build of Webkit. To us, it seemed as if they failed to understand the vulnerability and the risk it posed. Trying to convince them, the time went by, but we saw no progress at all. So in January of 2021, after waiting for almost a year, we decided to explore the potential of the vulnerability in the wild by targeting bug improvements. The exploit was simple. We set up a page with CSP, as shown in the slide here, which is the domain which we are sending requests to, add an event listener for security policy violation, and send the request. Sending a request to an authorization endpoint issues a redirect to another domain with code or token appended to the URL, which is typically the case for OAuth or SSOs, whereas the policy only allows loading of resources from the page itself and the domain specified, or after example.com here. So as Satyan said earlier, an attempt to load resources from any of the domains would violate the policy and trigger the security policy violation event. The document URI then would have this value of the actual block URI and not just the origin. We've also prepared a playground for everyone to make it easier to experiment with the vulnerability. The usage is as simple and pretty straightforward. We pass in a number of parameters as shown in the usage on the left, and the page then sets appropriate continuity policy using the domain truncated string and displays the to-do as shown on the right. There we have added an exploit button as a workaround for ITP, which Satyan will explain a little later. And after a little bit, it issues a fetch request to the URL specified in the creator string, which redirects to another domain, causing a CSV violation. The event listener would then print a secret on the screen. The source code is also available in GitHub, so feel free to use as you please, fork, tweak, or contribute however you want.
We have a short demo here. In this demo, we'll demonstrate how an attacker can use this vulnerability to take over Instagram accounts. So the attacker will first get the OAuth URL to get the nonce and state values. So basically what an attacker is trying to do is trying to create a URL that will be sent to the victim. So yeah, so the attacker will copy the full OAuth endpoint URL with nonce and state value. Then that particular URL will be sent to the victim. Whenever the victim visits our POC URL, so whenever the victim visits our POC URL and somehow interacts with it, the access tokens of that particular users will be leaked, that then the attacker will use to logging into victim's account. So now you can see that the attacker is basically logged in as the victim. Okay, now after that demo, let's move on and discuss some impact. Yeah, it took us a while to understand the full impact the vulnerability had. The vulnerability did not just affect Safari browser, but because of the Apple's App Store policies that states that Apple apps that browse the web must use the iOS Webkit framework and Webkit JavaScript, which means that web browsers can't implement their own rendering engines. They must embed a version of Safari's rendering engine, which made browsers like Firefox, Chrome, Opera in iOS devices vulnerable. And due to the nature of design of OAuth, almost every implementation of OAuth that exists were vulnerable. Using the bug, we could take over Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp accounts. The bug also affected Google's SSO, which means Google products using Google accounts. Central authentication were also vulnerable. Cryptocurrency platforms, social networking platforms, e-commerce platforms, and more. In today's modern application, it's very rare to find an application not using OAuth. So let's just say the numbers were very high. And since the vulnerability affected SSO, so it's obvious that different SSO providers were also affected by this. And many applications nowadays make use of login with third-party features, such as login with Facebook or Google, to provide the user with easy and seamless authentication experience. And since most of these features make use of OAuth, these applications implementing login with feature were also affected, thus allowing an attacker to take over accounts of platforms implementing these features. For example, if you have an e-commerce website where you have a feature that allows users to log in with Facebook account, then an attacker could basically take over accounts of your users in your e-commerce website by stealing Facebook OAuth tokens. Moving on, let's discuss some roadblocks and common misunderstandings that we saw among security teams of different bug bounty programs. Starting with ITP. ITP, or Intelligent Tracking Prevention, is a privacy feature developed and implemented by Webkit, and it has been in use since October 2017. ITP uses machine learning model to detect cross-site tracking capabilities and aims to reduce them by taking different actions such as full third-party cookie blocking, reducing the accessibility and longevity of first-party cookies, local storage capping and deletion, downgrading third-party referrers, and more. Due to the nature of the attack, where it relied on making third-party requests, ITP rendered the attack unusable on latest versions of Webkit. According to documentation from Webkit, to circumvent it, there needs to be a user interaction. It could either be a tap, a click, or a use of the keyboard with your website as first party. So in a real attack scenario, we open up a tab using window.open, and then we keep calling the vulnerable endpoint until the user interacts with it. When we started submitting this vulnerability to several bug bounty programs, we noticed that a few of them had similar misunderstanding around them. A common misunderstanding among security teams of several programs was around authorization code, unaware about its capabilities and how sensitive it is. The misunderstanding was that without the ability to exchange authorization code for access tokens, the authorization code were useless, since exchanging them required application ID and application secret. While the statement above is true, in a case where OAuth was used for authentication, simply having an access to authorization code was enough to get access to victim's account. Making a request to an authorization endpoint with stolen authorization code with attacker-generated state or nonce value would allow an attacker to authenticate into a victim's account. And another common misunderstanding was with regards to state or nonce value and its capabilities to prevent attacks in OAuth. While using state in OAuth is an excellent way to prevent CSRF attacks and to redirect users to where they were before the authentication process started, apart from that, the state really doesn't provide any additional security features. Even if the state value is bound to a token, an attacker can generate a fresh state value, which then can be attached to an OAuth endpoint URL to send to the victim. The resulting token of the request then can be used by an attacker without an issue. The same thing was also demonstrated in our demo above, where we saw that nonce value or state value did nothing to prevent the attack. Moving on, these are some of the stats based on bug bounty programs and reports we made. In total, we were able to harvest more than $100K in bounties, and the response from the bug bounty programs were kind of mixed. While some programs took the issue very seriously and applied a fix in under 21 hours, which was really impressive, some took months to just understand the vulnerability, and some of the programs also relied on Webkit to come up with a fix. Some programs like Dropbox and Polonix took it one step further by using their contacts at Apple and asking them to come up with a fix. The highest single reward was given by Coinbase, which was also the fastest program to fix the issue. And Apple took more than a year, a total of 457 days to come up with a fix. And in the end decided that the bug does not qualify to be awarded a bounty because it does not meet the published bounty categories. And ironically, while this bug in Webkit made so many applications in the internet vulnerable, the Apple's implementation of SSO and OAuth were not vulnerable.
We saw how we can exploit the vulnerability and how severe it could be. Now, let's discuss some fixes as well. As a developer or a site owner, we can use any or a combination of these methods to prevent such vulnerabilities altogether. They're all very easy to understand and implement as well. The first one is to use post method instead of get, which actually aligns with the practice of never sending any sensitive information over the URL. For example, SAML, or a security assertion markup language, already uses post instead of get for transferring tokens. The second one is to use post message for cross-domain communication. These two fixes are also supported by OAuth or OpenID Connect, as can be seen in the image on the right. They could be specified by response_mode as long as the authorization server supports. However, it's still necessary to disable or remove the support for query and fragment modes. The most effective one, in my opinion, is the third one, same-side cookies. It not only protects against this particular vulnerability, but makes almost all kinds of vulnerabilities invisible. Same-side cookies also protected quite a few programs in our campaign. Now, similarly, we have Pixie for OAuth, which makes the exploit useless because we also need code verifier to make the use of leaked code. And the other one is to ask for authorization every single time, also supported by OpenID using the prompt parameter. And Apple does the exact same, and others too. One can also use client-side redirects instead of 301 or 302 in combination with examples or CSS from ancestors. Twitter, for example, uses this method of redirect, and many programs we reported the vulnerability to also fix the issue using this approach. Then the last one is to validate referrer or origin against the client, though we do not recommend using this approach as it suffers from the same issues as with CSRF protection with referrer or origin. There's also something called resource isolation policy, which uses face metadata, but unfortunately, Safari doesn't yet support them. Browsers also have some mitigations in place to avoid such leaks besides summarizing policy. However, the strategies listed here are specific to CSP. We have something coming up that these strategies do not cover. For now, let's briefly go over them. The validation reports now include the URL of the original request, meaning we only get what we already know. Furthermore, browsers know the path component after resource extraction if the resource being loaded is the result of a redirect. This is to prevent leaking of path information, which was demonstrated in Markup's post. And this spec also gives an example for easier understanding, but we'll leave it at that. Well, we plan to release it as an ODA back at Europe, but Apple fixed it right before our talk, and it no longer works in the latest version of Safari. But let's discuss it anyway, along with bypasses. After our reports, many programs, including Facebook and Coinbase, came up with their own fixes. And their fixes revolve around checking if the user agent is of Safari, and only if it is, they would use a different approach. For all other user agents, their workflow remains the same. So it seemed a simple change of user agent would bypass this fix, and an obvious place to try it was on iPhones or iPads, since all browsers on iOS devices must use Webkit as the engine. They're all essentially the same. Just using Chrome didn't work, but changing to desktop side did. However, the change of user agent wasn't inherited in subsequent fetch requests. So we tried all requests from a project called HTTP Links by Q53 and found that a ping or anchor with ping attribute did the work. We had another bypass, but during our hunt for bypasses, we noticed something peculiar. After some digging, we realized that we've already found another 0-day. And this time, it wasn't CSP, but cross-origin resource sharing occurs. The finding was as easy as shown here. We just needed to add a catch handler to our fetch request, and it disclosed the destination URL. We set our plan to disclose the vulnerability with Apple, and surprisingly, it got fixed right before our talk, without us ever being notified. And it turns out that other researchers had also found the same vulnerabilities. A research paper was released a few days back on access to leaks, which also had these vulnerabilities in their test cases. And now the three key things to take away are same-site cookies can be super helpful to prevent any cross-site vulnerabilities. I use defense in depth to mitigate browser floods instead of entirely relying on browsers, because browsers do not always follow the spec completely. With that, we're at the end of our presentation. Thank you for listening. We hope you enjoyed the talk. Thank you again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to be taking a number of questions in the room, but there are already some questions coming from the IRC. So thank you for that interesting talk. We got a question about the vulnerability that you found in Webkit. Is it also present in gaming consoles such as a Nintendo Switch or PlayStation? And has it been fixed?
Yes, since the vulnerability was in Webkit, so yeah, every gaming consoles or any other applications that made use of that particular Webkit version were vulnerable. But then in our test cases and different tests that we run, we did not check for those vulnerabilities in those gaming consoles. So we're not but then since the new Webkit version that was released after we reported the vulnerability to Apple came with a fix. So if those gaming consoles updated their Webkit versions, then the bug is fixed there.
Okay. So I got another question about at one point you mentioned that Coinbase and also Facebook paid a bounty, or maybe only Coinbase paid a bounty, but Facebook fixed the vulnerability, which means that they basically understood the vulnerability. But if the vuln was in the browser, were they able to fix it in an efficient and effective way?
Yeah, so I think we reported this particular issue to around 25 to 30 different programs, including Coinbase and Facebook, and almost out of 25 to 30, I guess almost 90% of those programs paid bounty to us. And then, yeah, the Coinbase took the issue really seriously, and they knew that the vuln was in the browser itself, but there were different code changes that they could take, which would basically allow them to fix that vulnerability, although the vuln was dependent on browser. So yeah, we suggested them a few different approaches that Prakash also discussed in his slides. And yeah, using those suggested fixes, Coinbase were able to fix the vulnerability. And in fact, both Coinbase and Facebook, they came up with a similar approach to fix the vulnerability, which was to first check if the user agent is from WebKit-based browsers, and if the request coming in is from WebKit-based browsers, then instead of doing 302 redirection, they implemented a client-side redirection that basically fixed the issue. So yeah. Both of these programs came up with their own fix, which was quite similar to each other. And they were able to fix the vulnerability in a really effective way.
Okay, even so, if you can easily change the user agent.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, so in that case, so one of our bypasses, I think Prakash would like to discuss it, like one of those bypasses in mobile desktop-based browsers. I think Prakash.
Yeah, actually, that's where we searched for bypasses, and then we found that changing to desktop agent would bypass the fix. But it kind of required it required quite an interaction. So it was like to bypass the ITP, it already required a click, and then to change user agent, that required another user interaction. So they decided not to fix it that way because it was also dependent on the browsers. So though they didn't fix it, the Safari fixed it, I think almost at the same time. So they decided not to make any further changes on their implementation. So it no longer works, and their fix is perfect so far, I think.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Apparently not. So thank you again, Sachin and Prakash.
Thank you.
We're now going to be making a short break because we need to switch the systems for the next talk. So stay tuned, just a couple of minutes. We're going to have a short interlude.
wurdest belehrt, das Weltall sei ein unendlich herrlicher Bau, gewaltig in der Majestät seiner sterndurchschossenen Weite. Denn diese Sache ist alles, was es gibt. Ich spreche nämlich vom Kosmos. Wohin du auch blickst, wohin du auch greifst, nur dies und sonst nichts, bis in alle Unendlichkeit.
welcome back. So for this second talk of the afternoon, we will have Damien Aumetre from Quarks Lab with the Windows kernel snapshot-based fuzzing. So this is you.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me. I have to admit it's a bit strange to be in front of a real audience. It was first time for me in a lot. So we'll speak about fuzzing, especially kernel fuzzing, but before the mandatory slide about myself. So my name is Damien Aumetre. I'm working at Quarks Lab as a security engineer, and my main topic of interest are hypervisor and kernel, especially vulnerability research in this component. So a bit of a disclaimer first. So this talk is about is to give you hints of what you can expect if you want to do this kind of fuzzing. So the short version, it will work. The most longer version is you need to do some preparation first in order to have a successful operation. So also, I'm a developer of FreeOne. I published it several months ago. So it's a tool I will use during the demonstration to do this kind of fuzzing. It's not the only tool you can use, but obviously it's a tool I will use. So first, what is this thing called snapshot-based fuzzing? It's not a new thing per se. The use case for that is when you need to do some kernel fuzzing. For example, you have a function, you do some vulnerability research, you find a function. This function looks interesting to you, but it's a complex function and you don't want to attack it with static analysis. So you want to do some fuzzing. What can you do? A long time ago, like 10 or more years ago, one option you have is to use a virtual machine. So you set up a virtual machine. You install inside this virtual machine the software you want to attack, obviously a driver. You use the virtual provider and took a snapshot. Then inside this VM, you also craft a small program to send input to the function you want to target. You attach a kernel debugger to this virtual machine, and then when you send input, and obviously you have a crash, you expect that the debugger will take over and give you something useful. I have done this. It's painful, it works, but it's painful. It's really not fast, like really slow. You have a lot of problems because you need to coordinate the debugger and the piece of code sending inputs to your target. You obviously also are doing some black box fuzzing, meaning you have no coverage on the code you are exercising. So we have no idea if the test case you are sending to your target are useful or not. You can use the snapshot restoration thing you have inside your virtual machine to restore the state of your virtual machine, but it's slow because you need to restore several gigabytes of kernel of data. And if you are not doing that because you are sending a lot of test cases, for example, you are sending input to IOCTL, you can have some shared state in the kernel, for example, some memory corruption. We will cause the reproduction of your crash you had almost impossible sometimes. So in a short word, it's really not good condition. And if you are accustomed to what you are doing as fuzzing in user land, you miss all the good things you have. Meaning you don't have coverage, I speak about that. You don't have a lot of execution per second to do your fuzzing. So your exploration of the state, because it's what you want to achieve with fuzzing, will be slow. So can we do better? Yes, we can.
The idea before that is to use the same principles that I described, but with new tools. So to do that, we will craft some really small virtual machine. We will be dedicated only to the execution of the function you want to fuzz, or your target. And to do that, we use some backend, allowing us to create virtual CPUs and use these CPUs to monitor what is executed on this backend. Since you will only have the memory needed for the execution, and since you are targeting also kernel code, this virtual machine are really, really small, like a few kilobytes or megabytes at tops, meaning you can restoring the snapshot from for this tiny virtual machine every time you send a test case. So it's really good condition to do some fuzzing. Also, you have another benefit, since you are starting from an initial state, which is already always the same. Everything is fully deterministic, meaning you take your function, you send is the same input, you will have the same trace. So you have also a good properties for doing fuzzing. Sorry. So how does that work? So the first step is to take a snapshot of your target. So to do that, you can use the same technique you used like 10 or 20 years ago. And inside this snapshot, you will have the full processor state. So one thing to have in mind is that we are targeting kernel code. So the processor state is not only the GPR register, it's all the state of the CPU. All the specific kernel register, all some MSR, for example. Also, you will need all the memory pages used by the system at the time. It's all the RAM, if you want. Donc, to do that, you can leverage, for example, your hypervisor you use to take the snapshot. You can use also a kernel debugger. I prefer to use a kernel debugger. But you have a different way to achieve and to have this snapshot. The next step after that is to use this snapshot, like I said, to create this virtual CPU and to have only a few, this tiny VM I told you before. We will leverage a thing named on-demand paging, meaning we will use the backend to load the pages and map the pages, only the needed pages inside the memory of the tiny VM. So I will explain this a bit more. So the first step is to use your backend to create a VM. So a VM, for example, if you use Hyper-V as a backend, it will be called a partition. You can use KVM, you can use some emulation. You can use something able to create a VM. So a VM will only be a virtual CPU and some physical memory pages. So inside this small VM, you create a virtual CPU using the things provided by your backend. You initiate the state of this virtual CPU with the state you add in your snapshot. So your virtual CPU, for example, will start this execution already in 64 mode. You will not have some step before. In a way, it's like forking the snapshot and taking the state and executing it elsewhere. Then you run the virtual CPU. So at this time, nothing is mapped inside the VM. So the memory consumption of your tiny VM is 0. But in order to function, the virtual CPU will need, obviously, memory pages. And your backend will give you, you will have an error saying, I need, for example, the memory page A. So you will look inside the snapshot, take the memory page A, copy it inside the physical memory of your tiny VM, and resume execution. So after a while, you will map only the pages you need to execute your function, specific function. And you will not have all the memory of the initial snapshot. that's why it's really nice. It's really nice to have and as a property. Like I said, these tiny VM are really tiny. For example, the demo I will use at the end of the talk, I fuzz a function responsible for an IOCTL in the kernel. I need like 140 pages to map all the things that is needed to execute this function. So it's like a few kilobytes. And another bonus we add is that backend also provide features to track what pages are dirty during the execution. For example, they are modified. So you don't need to restore all the pages you map, but only the pages were modified. So it seems it's simple enough. So where is the catch? You have a lot of things that can go wrong. The thing you need to have in mind is that you start from one environment where you are taking your snapshot. It can be a virtual machine. It can be a real server, for example. The only thing you need to extract for this environment is a processor state and the physical memory. And you will use it in another environment, this time which is virtualized. And this small VM has for no hardware support because it's only one CPU, a virtual CPU, and some physical memory. Also, for those who already try to, for example, take a snapshot made on a CPU, AMD CPU, and try to run it on an Intel CPU, you know it's not working. You will have the same problem here. Meaning if your virtual CPU doesn't have the same feature at your snapshot CPU, obviously it will not work. Other things that can go wrong is if your snapshot is not complete, meaning you don't have all the physical pages. For example, maybe some pages are in the swap. Some pages are used for a file. Or I will talk a bit about that later. Some pages are used from some kind of virtualized devices, and you need to take care about that. So one of the key to have to do this kind of fuzzing is to take really good care of your snapshot. So we'll talk about snapshot. So before you need taking the snapshot, you need to do some homework, meaning don't forget we are speaking about fuzzing. So we want to fuzz a function, a specific function, and we want to fuzz this function to find vulnerability in it. So we will fuzz what it's called the user control input of this function. So the first thing you need to do, and it's completely independent of my talk, is when you are doing vulnerability assessment, one thing you want to do is to be sure that you are able to access this kernel component from the userland and with the data you think you control. Because you will be highly disappointed if you are fuzzing a function and you discover later that in fact it's not accessible from userland, or someone is, for example, checking a specific value before. So it's a good time to write this reproducer, the thing I call a reproducer. So this small piece of code, so I put a small piece in Rust, but you can use whatever you want, to be sure that your function, the function you target, are called when you send your input. The next thing you need to do is to look a bit more at the function you are targeting. Most of the time when you are targeting this function in kernel taking user input, it's most of the time either syscall or IOCTL. And the first thing this function will do is take the input coming from the user land and copy it into the kernel land. If you take your snapshot before the copy, it means that every time you will be executing the function, you will be executing this copy. And this copy will not have, it will not be useful. It will only make things slow. So do a bit of reverse and take your snapshot just after this copy. Now you are done your homework. You know what you can fuzz, where you can fuzz, and you have your reproducer. So now it's time, for example, to take a kernel debugger, attach it to your target, set a breakpoint on your target function, and then launch your reproducer. So your breakpoint will be it. Now you are at the right time to take the snapshot. You have everything you need. You take it. It can be slow. Obviously, because you need to copy all the memory. So it can be 4 GB, 8 GB, 16 GB. The good thing, it's only need to be done once. Once it's done, you can shut down the virtual machine or the server you use to take the snapshot. You will not need it anymore. So like I said, when you take the snapshot, especially with a kernel debugger like I use, some physical pages will not be available to the kernel. Maybe they are in the swap. Maybe they are belonging to a file on disk. So you need to take that into account. To do that, the thing you can do, so obviously disable swap is enough. Another thing that is not well known is that you can use a mod called WinPE. So this is Windows Portable Edition. Is the mod used when you install Windows, for example, when you boot on a USB key and you have this a graphical interface, you can install Windows. In this mod, Windows is configured to not use any file system because it's obviously booting from USB key, and this USB key can be removed every time. For us, the benefit of using that is that if a file is mapped in memory, it will only be mapped in memory and not be a part of it in memory and part of it on disk. So it means that in the physical memory, we'll have all the content of the disk, of the file, sorry. So if you want to know more about that, I encourage you to read this blog post from Talium, really nice blog post, explain a lot of things on how Windows handle memory pages that are not present in memory, but are used by the kernel. Another thing to do also is to use only one processor when you are taking the snapshot, because the tiny VM will only have one processor. So it will skip some problem. Another thing to have in mind also is to know if the system you are using is enlightened or not. So enlightened is a thing in Hyper-V language. It's when your Windows VM is para-virtualized. Para-virtualized meaning that this kernel knows that he is running under an hypervisor, and he expects that the hypervisor will take care of things for him. So that's why it's para-virtualized. For example, the APIC can be emulated, other things can be used. And Hyper-V uses this kind of para-virtualization for the Windows VM, and KVM can be configured also to have this para-virtualization. In our case, it means that the backend, if it will not, most of the time, will not handle this para-virtualization thing, and if the function you are targeting use a path, execution path leading to this only 10 shortcuts, obviously the execution in your backend will be different than the real execution, and you will have incorrect results. So now we have a fresh snapshot. It's time to do something with it. So I speak since the beginning about backend. So what is this backend? So I will talk about this backend. So you have a lot of backend. So the obvious one is the one using hardware virtualization. So you can use Windows Hypervisor Virtual Platform, WHVP. You can use KVM also. One is for Windows, one is for Linux. You could use emulation with Box. It's really nice. You can do exotic thing. So the thing I do as POC, I don't encourage you to do that yet. So it works because Triton is able to have this concept of virtual CPU and to execute in a way instruction on this virtual CPU. And you can do also some really exotic stuff, like combining this hardware virtualization with a DBI, meaning that the code you will be executing in your tiny VM will be JITed by the DBI to have, for example, to have better code coverage in virtualization backend. So WHVP stands for Windows Hypervisor Virtual Platform. So it's an API provided by Microsoft for every Windows since, I don't remember, 4 years ago. It's a userland API. So with some userland code, you can create this partition, so it's VM in Hyper-V. You can set up a processor and it, map memory, do whatever you want with it. The API is nice. It's fast if you don't have any VM exit. VM exit is when you are using virtualization, hardware virtualization, and when the code you are executing inside this hardware virtualization need to call to the hypervisor, either because you are executing some specific instruction or because you have some things happening, for example, an exception or this kind of thing. So if you are not, your code you are executing is not using any VM exit, it's really fast because it's almost bare metal speed. On the bad side, it's obviously only run on Windows. Like I said, if you are using VM exit a lot, it will be slow, really slow. And the coverage it will be limited because to do coverage in this hardware virtualization, you need to, for example, put a breakpoint or use a single-step mode. And all these things to gather the coverage will need exception to function. And exception will cause VM exit, so it will be slow. So KVM is almost the same thing as WHVP, but it's for Linux. The API is also really nice. You have a better control of the virtual CPU. WHVP is higher level. It masks a lot of things for you. In KVM, you need to specify and build more things. In my opinion, my test out, it seems it's faster than WHVP, maybe by a factor of 5 to 10, so it can be useful. And you have the same bad thing that for WHVP, meaning it's hardware virtualization, so VM exit are costly and coverage is limited. Next thing about backend, I want to talk to you. It's Box. So Box is emulation, it's not hardware virtualization. And it provides an instrumentation API, meaning that you have almost the same thing like using a DBI. You are able to record every instruction that are executed. You know where memory is written, where the memory is read. You have a complete coverage, so you know all the edges, all the instructions that are executed. It's multi-platform, so it works both on Linux and Windows. It can be slower than virtualization. I said can because it depends on what you are doing with this backend. For example, if you are doing a full trace with all the instruction, Box will be faster than the hardware virtualization because to have your coverage, you will need to use VM exit. Like I said, VM exit are slow. So these little things to know. Box, since it's an emulator, will be JITing and optimizing the code that will be executed. For example, the loop will be optimized. This loop in assembly, like rep move, for example. In hardware virtualization, you will have one exception for one instructions. So, for example, if you are doing a big copy, you have a lot of exceptions. In box, we'll have only one instruction. So the instruction code you can have will be different. Like I said, KVM is faster than WHVP, but box is faster than KVM where you are doing full coverage. So after this backend, the main topic of my talk is fuzzing. So it's time to talk about fuzzing. So in order to do fuzzing in an efficient way, you need to have a few things in mind. The first thing is to remember that we are fuzzing a function. So we are doing API fuzzing. It's not like when you are using AFL with a file. So we are targeting a function. So this function will take inputs, so argument. This argument will be most of the time structure. And if you are treating this argument as only a big buffer, most of the time your fuzzing will not be effective because you will not explore all the state of the program efficiently. Another thing to have in mind is that the thing the fuzzer will find and put in your corpus is in a way serialized view input of what are the user control input on the function of the function you are targeting. So if you need to use this corpus entries with, for example, with your reproducer to be sure that the thing your fuzzer found is a real vulnerability, you need to have that in mind and design your reproducer to be able to hit this file as argument. Another thing to have in mind, like I said before, is since you are fuzzing highly structured inputs, most of the time it's not really you will not be effective if you are only doing some random mutation. So at first you can start with random mutation, but when you can wait for the fuzzer to run. During that time, you could continue your reverse and to have a better idea of how the layout of your input is structured and give this information back to your fuzzer to have a better coverage and a better results. So in practice, you will not run one fuzzer, you will run a lot of instances because this kind of fuzzing, you run one virtual CPU, like I said. So we will use at most one core of the system you are using for fuzzing. So if, for example, you have a system with 8 processors, it's nice to launch at least 8 instances of your fuzzer. Else you will not use the hardware as is not as useful. Since all the fuzzer instances are sharing the same corpus because they are fuzzing the same inputs, you can run them with different strategy and different backend because, like I said, some backend are fast but are not precise. For example, the hardware virtualization. Some can be slow but are really precise. For example, box. So mixing all of them with different strategy will lead to a better coverage in time of the state of your target function, and will lead also to better results. In rewind, I have one of the instances named monitor. It doesn't fuzz, it only reproduce and categorize what the other fuzzer instances has found. Also do some post-processing stuff. So one good thing you have when you are doing snapshot fuzzing is that the crash triaging is almost a given because of the high reproducibility of the thing you have. Because everything is deterministic, almost deterministic, it will depend on some specific instruction, meaning that if you want to reduce your corpus, you only need to replay every file and only keep the one increasing the coverage, because you know that if they are not increasing the coverage, they are not useful. To do that, like I said, in Rewind, I'll use the monitor, because the further instances will have different backend, and depending on the backend you choose, the coverage will be too limited to do that. And Box will obviously use Box backend to do that, because it's really precise. So now you launch your fuzzer and you found a crash. It's the beginning of the problem. So you found something. So what can it be? Because of the thing I explained earlier, you can have false positive. You can have crash that only appears inside your backend and not in the real system for a lot of reasons. I explained some of them. But most of the time it will be a real crash. So we'll need to reproduce it. You will need to analyze it to know if it's in vulnerability or not. So what can you do? The first thing I encourage you to do is to, for example, replay it with another backend. It's quick. It will be a good indicator to know if it's a problem in the backend. Maybe it's a bug. Maybe your snapshot is not good. Then you can use this file produced by the fuzzer with your producer to test it on the real system. And if you are lucky enough, you will have a blue screen. Okay. Demo, yes. Quick demo.
really quick because I think I'm really late. No? Good? Okay. So a quick demo at what you can do once your fuzzer finds something. So to do that, stuff in kernel, and it was famous last year because heap overflow, really classic heap overflow was present in it. So the bug is you can use IOCTL to communicate with this driver, and in one of the IOCTL and the data of the IOCTL you have a length. And this length is truncated to 6 bits when you are doing an allocation. And during the copy, it will use the full value, not the truncated one. So you will have a classical heap overflow. It's a thing that happens once every 10 years. I don't know how they miss that. But it's really nice as a test bed for fuzzer. So a demo. I told you before about this monitor, so I will show you a bit what it looks like. So it will be the starting point of our thing. So your fuzzer run, and you have this monitor, and there so obviously no fuzzer are running now, but they reported things. For example, they found like 39 files leading to different coverage, and one of them is a crash. So you want to know to analyze and to know what happened. So one of the first thing you can do is to do a trace with this input and to convert it in the telnet format to use it into IDA, like I said. And I will need you to trust me because I don't have time to explain exactly how you can find it. But if you didn't use telnet, the red part is the thing before in the twice. The green part is where you are in the twice, and the blue part is what will happen after. And you can use this scroll bar to navigate in the twice. So if you look closely, on the value of the register, you will see that the RDX and RBP are with 2 AAB in hexadecimal, and this value will be used as to do this allocation that you have here, this quick alloc, and you will have this truncation, and you will see. I went too fast. I need a wheels mouse. Now, the value will be used for the allocation is in the RCX register. It only will be 2 because it's computed from this and truncated to 6 bits. So obviously, the buffer that will be used for the allocation will be too small, and you have this heap overflow. So really quick way to present this vulnerability and to show you how you can use some tools to do that. Another thing I wanted to show is the thing with WinDebug, like I said. So it's like using WinDebug when you are doing some kernel debugging, but instead of connecting to a real system, you will fake a real system by using the trace to do that. So WinDebug is behaving like he was connected to a real system. So you can use all the command. You have access to all the symbols, and you can view the trace, edit the memory, do whatever you want, single step in it. I like also to use RedSync as a plugin, so I can synchronize this view with the view and IDA. It's really a good environment to do vulnerability analysis. Okay. So to conclude, it works. It's a really nice way to fuzz hard things like things in kernel. You have a good properties to do fuzzing because a lot of things are deterministic, a lot of things are controlled, but you need to do your homework first. It requires not a lot of preparation. You need to know what you are doing, especially if the backend is not behaving normally. And I don't think it's the first thing to do when you are assessing the target because you need to do your homework first. But once you have determined that this specific piece of code smells, it's a nice tool to have. The thing I will do next, I think, maybe, it's integrate more the POC with Triton and the same thing with QBDI. That's all for me. If you have any question, I hope I didn't take too much time.
Thank you for your talk. Sorry for the people in the other side of the camera. We have some network issue, so you have a small bug during this talk, but it was okay. Thank you so much. Maybe some of you have questions in this room or in the ERC. No question. Okay, so it was a very clear talk.
Maybe.
Thank you again for this talk.
Thank you for having me.
So now we have a small break now, and we go back in, I don't know, 10 minutes? 3:40.
we're going to be resuming after yet another problems. May I have your attention? So we're going to be resuming with Rémi Gascou, who's up. On arrête, coupe tout. Okay, so we do have some networking and sound problems. So we're going to be resuming this day with the last talk by Rémi Gascou, who's actually is a security researcher at Sogeti, part of Sogeti Space of 8, I think, if I'm not sure. And he's going to be talking about how you could automate research of vulnerability with Python. Oh, within Python module, should have said.
Hi everyone, welcome to this talk about optimizing server-side template injection payloads for Jinja2. I'm Rémi Gascou, also known as Podaleris, and I am at GreHack 2021. So in my work days, I work as an offensive security consultant, and I do mostly pen tests. And in my nights and my weekends, I work in vulnerability research, and I write open source tools on GitHub to exploit new vulnerabilities. On my website at podaleris.net, I also write articles about how to exploit new attack vectors and security concepts. In this talk, we are going to deep dive into template engines and more specifically the server-side template injection vulnerabilities that we can find in them. To do this, we are going to use the Python Jinja2 module, which is very famous and very widely used. And we are going to create new payloads to exploit Jinja2 SSTIs, which are shorter than the currently known payloads. So what is a template engine? Basically, a template engine is a new way of thinking how web application works, where the template and the data are clearly separated. If we take as an example older paradigms such as PHP, in PHP you would have PHP code and HTML code all mixed up in the same file. And of course you can include files and you can do stuff in PHP to minimize this, but the main concept is that you have HTML code and PHP code living in the same file. And in template language, you would have only the HTML code and template code inside one file, but the data is actually in something else, like an object, a request, another file, a JSON file, or whatever you want. And the template engine will create the link between the two, where it takes as an input the template file with its template code, and it will replace inside the template file everything you want from the data. This template file is written in something called template code, which is kind of a programming language. It has for loops, it has while loops, and condition, variable name, comments, everything you want. And you can access the variables that you put in the data inside the template. So template engine replaces everything you need and everything you mention inside the template code, and outputs your output string from the template, which can be an HTML page, markdown, it can be a string, it can be almost everything. What matters is only the template code inside the template. Everything which is not template code will not be interpreted by the template engine, therefore you can put everything you want. So these four modules are the most common template engines on Python: Mako, Genshi, Django, and Jinja. And in this talk, we are going to focus on Jinja2 and more specifically Jinja2 internals and how we can exploit how it works to create new server-side template injection payloads for Jinja2. So this is how Jinja2 looks like. So as I mentioned before, Jinja2 is a template engine that is written in Python and can render everything you want to a string from templates. And in Python, as you can see here in this screenshot, it's really simple to use. In 3 lines of Python, you can already create a template and render it with the data you want. In Jinja2 template code, most variables are surrounded with 2 curly brackets, and it's really simple to use, as you can see here. That's why it's used in many Python modules and applications that are web applications that are based on Flask for APIs or simple applications, for example, or in templating such as Python docx to generate Microsoft Word documents, docx files from templates in Python. It's based on Jinja2. So this is an example of an HTML template file for Jinja2, where you have mostly HTML code and parts of template code that is used by Jinja2 template engine. As you can see here, we have a for loop which iterates over the items in the navigation list to create HTML lists in the output file. And we have access to a variable called a variable. So this is really simple to use. So the server-side template injection vulnerability can happen when an attacker has control over the template file before being rendered by the template engine. This can happen in many ways. The most common way are when an attacker modifies the parameter of the request, which will be reflected inside the template before rendering. This is usually a result of bad code, like mixing format string and template engines can result in this kind of behaviors. And if the attacker has write access to the source template files, for example, using a file upload vulnerability on the web application, or by FTP with write access, or by any means, he can modify the template and inject evil template code to achieve remote code execution or to modify the template. So now that the attacker has control over the template file, we can consider the template engine as being compromised, because in most template languages, you have ways to execute commands on the underlying machine, either by exploiting the template engine itself or by using modules directly. So now that we have a server-side template injection vulnerability inside the Jinja2 template engine, as an attacker, we would like to achieve remote code execution, meaning we would like to exploit the template engine to gain access to the underlying machine. In order to do this, we will need to access the OS module of Python, which gives access to shell commands. To do this inside the template language of Jinja2, previous research have shown that you can use egg-enter payloads, which are highly context dependent, meaning you have to find the offset of the module you want to import, in this case, subprocess. Therefore, this type of payloads can be tricky to use. So the main question that we can ask is there other payloads in Jinja2 templates? And more specifically, can we find context-free payloads which does not require any data inside the .render function? Also, can we find shorter payloads that can import the OS module? And this is what we will try to build. So inside Jinja2 templates, you have something in the language code which allows to reuse code blocks. In this example, I create a block named title, where I put the value, this is title, and I can reuse it in line 3 using self.title to access the previously created block. I just have to render the template, and here we have the line 6 and line 7 with the same string, which is the block title. So the template reference object in Jinja2 will hold the values of the blocks that we previously created, and we can access them everywhere in the template from self.title, and we do not have to put on a variable called self inside the .render method on the template, because it's built in inside the template object, and it's already linked to the template reference object. This seems really cool from an attacker point of view because it's context-free. We do not need anything in the .render function to access the template reference object. Therefore, we can use it as a starting point to create our payloads. So as we've seen, the template reference object in Jinja2 can be accessed from within a template with the double curly brackets self. And it's a context-free variable, meaning you don't have to do anything in the .render function to have access to self. And it's always accessible. So we are going to use this as the base of our payloads. So as I mentioned earlier, if we want to achieve remote code execution, we will need to access the Python OS module. So we will need to find where we can access it from within Jinja2, because inside the template code of Jinja2, you cannot use classical Python syntax, and thus you cannot import modules traditionally. So we will need to find somewhere inside Jinja2 where the OS module is already imported and how we can access it. So if we try to explore a bit of Jinja2 using Python introspection, like the dir function, we can find by hand a path to the OS module from the root of the module. So jinja2.bccache.temfile.os access to the OS module. So this is possible to find one path to OS by hand, but it's clearly not possible to try every possibility of every path inside Jinja2 by hand. So in order to find the path to the OS module inside the Jinja2 module, we need to look at the Python object tree as a graph, and we are going to explore it like a traditional graph in breadth first search to list every possible path to the OS module, and to see if we can leverage one of these paths to connect to the template reference object that we found earlier. So as I mentioned earlier, Python offers introspection concepts, which means we can use Python internal functions to crawl the object's attributes and functions as graph nodes. And we are going to use a breadth first search because using this, we are going to find the shortest path to the OS module in first. And as we want to create the shortest payload possible, this is really useful. So here is a small animation that shows how we are going to work inside the Python object tree. So if we start at object 1, we are going to go in breadth first search. So up we access attribute 1 and attribute 2, then object 2, and the OS module, and we find a path to the OS module. And this path is at object1.attribute2.os. So when we explore the Python object tree as a graph in breadth first search, we can have at least two problems. The first one is cyclic traps, which means if we have, like in this example, an object which refers itself in one of its childs, you will have an infinite loop, meaning in this example, you will explore object 1, then attribute 2, then attribute 3, and you will find object 1 in the attribute 3 child nodes. So you will go loop to object 1, and you will start over. So this will create an infinite loop, and we need to avoid this. The second problem that we have is a long expression time, because during a breadth first search, we will encounter a lot of objects in the Python object tree, and we can encounter many of them more than once. For example, in this graph, we have object 2, which occurs 3 times, meaning if we explore object 1, we will go to attribute 1, then object 2, then attribute 2, then object 2, and we will have the object 2, which is referenced many times, but it's the same object. So we have a massive loss of time when exploring multiple times the same objects, and we will have the same result at each time because it's the same object. So we need to avoid this as well. So to solve both of these problems, I use the Python ID internal function, which allows to check the memory address of an object given parameter. So I just added a list called known IDs into my program, which stores every memory address of every object that has been explored inside the breadth first search. So when I explore child nodes of a node, I know every object that I already crawled, so I don't have to explore many times the same object. So here is an example of the output of my tool, which prints a found module with module name and the complete path from the source module to the target module that he found. It does not only looks for the OS module, and it lists every module it finds during the breadth search. So in output of my tool, you also have a JSON file containing every path to the module that you want. For example, here in line 4, you have the module name, the target module name, for example, OS. And after this, you have a list of all the paths to OS from Jinja2 with the complete path each time. So as I mentioned earlier, we are going to use the template reference object as a starting point because it's context-free, meaning it's always accessible from inside the template, no matter what you have inside the .render function. So it's really useful for an attacker. And we are going to try to connect the template reference object to one of the path to OS inside Jinja2 that we found earlier, so that we have a context-free payload that can access OS each time. So in order to do this, we need to list all the attributes and methods of the template reference object. To do this, I used the dir function of Python to list every Python internal function and attributes. And as we can see here, there's only one attribute which is custom, which is not a Python internal function, and it's underscore template reference underscore underscore context. So we need to deep dive into this. So we are going to print the content of the template reference context variable to see what it has inside. And as we can see here in its string form, there is a lot of information that is printed out. But inside this information, there is three elements that stands out. It's the cycler, joiner, and namespace functions, which are classes declared inside jinja2.utils module, submodule. And it's really interesting because if we remember well what we had before, in the output of the path to modules from Jinja2, we had a path to OS module, which is declared inside utils.py. This means that the OS module was imported globally in the utils.py file. And this is really cool because we could use cycler, joiner, or namespace classes to bounce and jump into the utils.py global variables and access the OS module, which is imported globally in this file. So we can now access the global variables of the utils.py file fairly easily because we can connect the self.template reference context to cycler, joiner, or namespace, and use cycler, joiner, or namespace to jump into the utils.py globals using .__init.__globals to get out of the class and access the global variables of the utils.py file. In these global variables, as we can see, there is the OS module on the center of the screen. We now have a new payload to access the OS module directly from a Jinja2 template, and this without requirements. This payload is shorter than the Agenter payload, and most notably, there is less special characters in it, so it will be simpler to use if there's filters in place. Also, as you can see, it's context-free, meaning it works even if the .render function is completely empty. And also, you don't have the offset problems that we had in the Agenter payloads, where there is an offset that you have to find each time you want to run the payload. In this payload, you don't have this problem. You can access the OS module directly and execute commands. As we can see here, I wrote a few lines of Python to try this locally in a Jinja2 template. If we inject our payload with self-template reference context, cycler, joiner, namespace, one of these three, and access to init globals OS, you have access directly to the OS module from the Jinja2 template each time, and the .render function is empty. So to finish this, we can add a little bit of optimization. As we see, we are already inside the template context because we are inside a template file which will be rendered by the template engine. So we are inside the template. Therefore, we can remove the self.template reference context from the payloads because the self.template reference context is an internal Jinja2 object which we use to list the variables that are declared inside the template. But as we are already inside the template, we can use directly cycler, joiner, or namespace and access to init globals OS for each of these three directly. So we now have the shortest possible payloads to access the OS module from a Jinja2 template. These three payloads are the shortest, are context-free, and more importantly, they cannot be fixed because they are using how Jinja2 works internally. Internally, Jinja2 uses the OS module inside the utils.py file, but if you cannot just remove the OS module from the utils.py file. And if a developer is using Jinja2 in non-sandboxed mode, which is almost every application that I saw written using Jinja2 was not using the sandboxing mode. So if someone does not use the sandboxing mode, it can be vulnerable to this because in sandboxing mode, there is no way to escape from the template. You cannot access to OS or to any other module other than the variables that you declared. But in classical mode, you can access the OS module with these three payloads. And therefore, you can achieve remote code execution from a server-side template injection in Jinja2. Thank you for listening. You can find my tools on GitHub, my news on Twitter, and my articles on my website. And I hope you enjoyed this.
Do you have any questions?
Yes, there are a couple of questions, at least from the people online at one point. First question from Python developers. It's pretty difficult to avoid to use the OS module. It's absolutely necessary. And even when you include third-party code, what is the solution to protect against this?
The solution is not to use the OS module, but it's impossible. So it's not really a solution. I contacted Jinja2 about this vulnerability, and in their point of view, it's not a vulnerability. And sometimes the idea behind that is, okay, we use the OS module, but if you can do what I did in the slides, like introspect into Python and escape from templates, the vulnerability is not in using the OS module, is before that. So in a way, it's complicated not to use it, but it's not the real problem here.
How about, do you know any exploits that would be using these issues against Django or Flask? And I think the reviewer was asking the question because she's using CTFD a lot, and CTFD is using Flask.
Yeah. Yeah, but the CTFD is really known. It's a CTF platform, and it's been really tested by many people, including inside the CTFs. So there is no known vulnerability in this. But the server-side template injection vulnerability always occurs when someone writes bad code, which mixes format string, string replace, and template engines. So in CTFD, it's really audited, so it should not have this kind of vulnerabilities, but it's not impossible.
Okay, thank you.
I don't understand. Not really, because you would have to modify the OS module, which is built into Python, so we cannot deactivate it. and we cannot prevent code execution from this. But inside the newer version of Python, you can restrict some functions. You can it's something called audit hooks, which can prevent part of this. You can use it to prevent code execution in certain ways. But it's not really, it's kind of new.
Okay, are there any other questions? No? Thank you, Remy.
Thank you.
So it's going to be the end of the day. We've been through a number of failure, network failure, healing failure, power failure, but we're still around, and we're going to be closing the day with Antoxid. Go ahead.
Enlève ta veste aussi pour venir. Tu manques de viewer. Qu'est-ce que ça va vraiment copier le PDF? Bah, non, oui, parce que je l'ai recopié après. Non, ça monte pas le fichier texte. Ouais, pardon. Comment?
Il n'y a rien.
What? Tu l'as copié?
Bon, mais tu vas. Elles sont tes slides.
Il a copié les slides sur le truc, ça copie le fichier
Elles
texte.
sont. T'as un câble. T'as un truc HDMI? Non? Ah.
Jusqu'à 21h pour résoudre le problème. C'est le côté positif de la chose.
Real life figure.
Bonjour. J'ai rien. Non, je pense plus. Le signal, ouais. C'est normal, il n'a pas encore.
Ah, d'accord, ok. Non, il n'y a rien encore.
Non, je l'ai pas. Ouais, là, c'est bon. Partage ton écran. Attends, parce que c'est pas partagé.
Oui.
Non, c'est bon, c'est bon. Vas-y, go. Vas-y, clique. Attention, attention. Non, non, attention. Non, non.
Okay, so back. Welcome to GreHack 2021 closing speech. So thank you for being today. We hope that you enjoyed the talks. So first of all, we would like to apologize for the small technical problem we had regarding the sound. And next, we would like to thank all the people that made today possible. So first of all, thanks to the program committee members that selected the talks that you have seen today. And especially to the chairs members, so Florent Autréau and Marion Lafont. Next, we would like to thank the speakers that made today's talks, and thanks in advance to the workshoppers that will be animating the oncoming workshops. Also thanks to the organization committee and the volunteers that helped to set up the on-site event. So thanks to them. And finally, thanks to Inertia Demo Party for allow us to stream the replay of the event during the lunch break. I would also like to thank our sponsor, so in 64 bits, GitHub Security Lab and Google. In 32 bits, Synactive, Quarks Lab and Orange Cyberdéfense. In 16 bits, Hydrabus, Tetran, AlgoSecure and Mataru. So if you have registered to a workshop, you should, as for now, have received the connection info by email. And if you have any problem, you can contact us at workshop@grehack.fr. So they will start at 5 p.m. And regarding the CTF, it will start tonight at 9 p.m. And we will put the information on the website and also tweet about it. So the next edition of GreHack will be held in the 18th of November 2022. So see you there. Thank you.
San Sequestro Police, we have a warrant.
Listen if your friends, the defendant, guilty of hacking.
mentality. Most of us got records cause we feel compelled to flex. All compulsion for these systems that we probably born to wreck. Now respect to my hacker got nicks. Hacking our election process like a boss bitch. This type of terrorism. Ready look terrible. Ain't no bloodshed, nobody count, just some variables. Add a few here, subtract a few there. Load up all your Twitter bots and tweet your crew there. Them on me, holding up the shop for origami. Now I'm betting on the horses, betting on the jockeys. So stick a fork in them, book a process, stick a fork in them. Database push right to the open, Google dork in them, stick a fork in them, book a process, stick a fork in them. End of my world, as opaque as it looks. This dark artistry with modesty, no page in the book. Can teach you anything we learning, no mistake, and we cook. Then we be chopping up the blaze like a fish and look. And our weaponry is definitely hard to say the least. We ain't gotta roll a bunch of tanks and denim down these streets. We just rolled a couple features on these progress push release. And voila, coup d'etats on the menu, fucking beast. End of my world, as opaque as it looks. This dark artistry with modesty, no page in the book. Can teach you anything we learning, no mistake, and we cook. And we be chopping up the blaze like a feeder chinook. And our weaponry is definitely hard to say the least. We ain't gotta roll a bunch of tanks and tear them down the streets. We just rolled a couple features on these progress push release. And voila, coup d'etats on the menu, fucking beast. Been preparing hella years, mindless seconds from the globe, and been sharpening his spears on my peers. Knew the battleground was shifting from the barrels of these smokers to an internet of things. Spoofing packets off the coasters and the public stay complicit. Every time they pay a visit to my malware, I'm racking up them digits, and these kids are getting sick with it. The targets are ubiquitous, ubiquity, St. Nicholas, my hackers with the impetus. 169 to 54. That's the Drake cloud credentials straight out the front door. Let them know from the service, I'm my execution sucia. Computer daughter Stucia. I can China, Russia. Welcome to my world, I'm a global god on it. Any network put a posse in my hungry young is on it. And it's curtains, grab your nuts and take a seat up at my table. Whether wireless or cable, I've been hacking since the cradle. End of my world, as opaque as it looks. This dark artistry with modesty, no page in the book. Can teach you anything we learning, no mistake, and we cook. Then we be chopping up the blaze like a fleet of chinook. And our weaponry is definitely hard to say the least. We ain't gotta roll a bunch of tanks and tear them down the streets. We just rolled a couple features on these progress push release. And voila, coup d'etats on the menu, fucking beast. End of my world, as opaque as it looks. This dark artistry with modesty, no page in the book. Can teach you anything we learning, no mistake, and we cook. And we be chopping up the blaze like a fleet of chinook. And our weaponry is definitely hard to say the least. We ain't gotta roll a bunch of tanks and tear them down the streets. We just rolled a couple features on these progress push release. And voila, coup d'etats on the menu, fucking beast.
today. It's all over the papers. Teenager arrested in computer crime scandal. Hacker arrested after bank tampering. Damn kids, they're all alike. But did you and your three-piece psychology and 50s techno brain ever take a look behind the eyes of the hacker? Did you ever wonder what made him tick? What forces shaped him? What may have molded him? I'm a hacker. Enter my world. Mine's a world that begins with school. I'm smarter than most of the other kids. This crap they teach us bores me. Damn underachievers, they're all alike. I'm in junior high or high school, and I've listened to the teachers explain for the 15th time how to reduce a fraction. I think I understand it. No, Miss Smith, I didn't show my work. I did it in my head. Damn kid probably copied it. They're all alike. I made a discovery today. I found a computer. Wait a second. This is pretty cool. It does what I want it to. If it makes a mistake, it's because I screwed it up. Not because it doesn't like me, or feels threatened by me, or thinks I'm a smartass, or doesn't like teaching and shouldn't be here. Damn kid, all he does is play games. They're all alike. And then it happened. The door opened to a world. Rushing through the phone line like heroin through an addict's veins, an electronic pulse is sent out. Refuge from the day-to-day competencies is sought. A board is found. This is it. This is where I belong. I know everyone here. Even if I've never met them, never talked to them, may never hear from them again. I know you all. Damn kid tying up the phone line again. They're all alike. You bet your ass we're all alike. We've been spoon-fed baby food at school and we hungered for steak. The bits of meat that you did let slip through were pre-chewed and tasteless. We've been dominated by sadists or ignored by the apathetic. The few that had something to teach found us willing pupils, but those few are like drops of water in the desert. But this is our world now, the world of the electron and switch, the beauty of the bottom. We make use of a service already existing without paying for what could be dirt cheap if it wasn't run by profiteering gluttons, and you call us criminals. We explore, and you call us criminals. We seek after knowledge, and you call us criminals. We exist without skin color, without nationality, without religious bias, and you call us criminals. You build atomic bombs, you wage wars, you murder, cheat, and lie to us, and try to make us believe that it's for our own good. Yet we're the criminals. Yes, I'm a criminal. My crime is that of curiosity. My crime is that of judging people by what they say and they think, not what they look like. My crime is that of outsmarting you, something that you'll never forgive me for. I'm a hacker, and this is my manifesto. You may stop this individual, but you can't stop us all. After all, we're all alike.
San Sequestro Police, we have a warrant.
syndicate finds the defendant guilty of hacking.
handfuls of hackers with that black hat mentality. Most of us got records cause we feel compelled to flex. All compulsion for these systems that we probably born to wreck. Now respect to my hacker got nicks. Hacking our election process like a boss bitch. This type of terrorism really look terrible. Ain't no bloodshed, nobody count to some variables. Add a few here, subtract a few there. Load up on your Twitter bots and tweet your crew there. Them on me, pulling up the shop origami. Now betting on the horses, betting on the jockeys. So stick a fork in them, book a process, stick a fork in them. Database push right to the open, Google dork in them. Stick a fork in them, book a process, stick a fork in them. End of my world, as opaque as it look. This dark artistry with modesty, no page in the book. Can teach you anything we learning, no mistaken we cook. Then we be chopping up the blades like a fleet of Chinook. And our weaponry is definitely out to say the least. We ain't gotta roll a bunch of tanks and tan them down these streets. We just rolled a couple keystrokes on these proggies push release. And voila, coup d'etats on the menu, fucking beast. End of my world, as opaque as it look. This dark artistry with modesty, no page in the book. Can teach you anything we learning, no mistaken we cook. And we be chopping up the blades like a fleet of Chinook. And our weaponry is definitely out to say the least. We ain't gotta roll a bunch of tanks and tan them down the streets. We just rolled a couple keystrokes on these proggies push release. And voila, coup d'etats on the menu, fucking beast. Been preparing hella years. My disciples from the globe have been sharpening their spears. On my peers through the battleground was shifting from the barrels of these smokers to an internet of things. Moving packets off of toasters and the public stay complicit. Every time they pay a visit to my malware, I'm racking up them digits and these kids are getting sick with it. The targets are ubiquitous. Ubiquity St. Nicholas, my hackers with the impetus. 169 to 54. Infiltrate cloud credentials straight out the front door. Let them know from the service on my execution sucia. Computer daughter Stucia. Akicino Rusia. Welcome to my world, I'm a global god incarnate. Any network put a posse in my hungry young is on it. And his curtains, grab your nuts and take a seat up at my table. Whether wireless or cable, I've been hacking since the cradle. End of my world, as opaque as it look. This dark artistry with modesty, no page in the book. Can teach you anything we learning, no mistaken we cook. Then we be chopping up the blades like a fleet of Chinook. And our weaponry is definitely out to say the least. We ain't gotta roll a bunch of tanks and tan them down the street. We just rolled a couple keystrokes on these proggies push release. And voila, coup d'etats on the menu, fucking beast. End of my world, as opaque as it look. This dark artistry with modesty, no page in the book. Can teach you anything we learning, no mistaken we cook. And we be chopping up the blades like a fleet of Chinook. And our weaponry is definitely out to say the least. We ain't gotta roll a bunch of tanks and tan them down the streets. We just rolled a couple keystrokes on these proggies push release. And voila, coup d'etats on the menu, fucking beast.